All right, all right, all right. We in there like swimwear. What's good? What's good? Y'all know how this works. I'm gonna wait for y'all to come in, and then we gonna get this party started. Wait for y'all to come in, then we gonna get this party started. All right. What's going on? Testing, testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. If you guys can hear me coming in clearly, please let me know in the chat. If you guys can hear my voice clearly, please let me know in the chat. Does the pictures also look to scale? Do they look of quality? Let me know also in the chat. I appreciate that. I'm going to check the sound on my end and then we will begin. All right. So on my end, the sound is sounding good per usual. Shout out to Sincere Supreme. He says, sounds great. Shout out to you, brother. Everybody else, let me know how we sounding in the chat. Let me know how we sounding in the chat. Let me see. I didn't mean to put that there. Delete comment. Cool. No free promo over here. All right, all right, all right. You guys can see the topic that we have on the screen. This is Africa. Yes, yes, yes. Unfortunately, this is the hard truth that most people are not ready to swallow about Africa. Typically, these videos, these long live streams will be uploaded to Patreon after we're finished doing them on YouTube. Feel free at any moment's notice, if you guys have any comment or critique on anything I'm saying, to call into the show. Okay? Don't be scared. I don't bite. If you have any issue with what I'm saying, maybe I'm talking about your country, maybe, I'm not talking about your country. Maybe you just don't like the subject. Maybe you have some type of debate that you would like to, argue with me on. I'm 100% open at any moment's notice to do a debate with anyone. And even if you can't get on today to do it, let's schedule it and get it done. Because I do research before I speak. This is something I pride myself on. A lot of people, when they talk, they just speak through emotions and they just talk because they feel like it. Me personally, I do my research first and then I speak, which is rare amongst a lot of men these days. So, as you guys can see, we have the live stream titled 5 Reasons You Will Hate Africa. And I do mean hate. I don't know if any of you guys thought maybe he means I'll highly dislike or maybe not really like too much. No, I mean hate. 5 reasons you will definitely hate Africa. Okay. And this has nothing to do with, the small percentage of people that, travel to Africa and get malaria. Malaria is usually in a lot of the, you know, uh, rural areas, where maybe there's large bodies of water, etc. So, you know, that's just to be said on that one because I know some people might be thinking, oh, this is going to be one of these videos where it's like, oh, he's talking about, what the regular things that people say on what they don't like about Africa. No, this is going to be an in-depth, raw breakdown of things that you will hate about Africa. There's a difference from dislike and hate. You can dislike a lot of things. Hate means that you hate it with a passion, with your whole entire heart, and you know that it's evil and it needs to stop for the world to get better. So that's what we're talking about. I see the comments coming in. We're going to get on the comments shortly. If you guys do want to get your comment read earlier, go ahead and hit the super chat. We will highly appreciate it. As I said, these live streams, as in their full entirety, they'll usually be on Patreon. All right, y'all. Patreon. .com/Travel Tribe Raw. That's where you guys will find this content, as well as my Financial Freedom Masterclass, which is also on Patreon, where you guys can learn how to get out of America or maybe Europe or wherever you're at in the world, um, and live the life that you were truly meant to live. Okay. A lot of people right now, I truly believe they're not living the life they were meant to live. And while there is a lot of issues outside of, a lot of these Western countries, there's a lot more benefits than there is issues. I'm going to tell you that. Okay. So that's just to be said on that one. I think we've got a nice audience size right now. I think I'm ready to begin. So go ahead and buckle up, get your food ready. Let's go ahead and jump into this. 5 reasons you will hate Africa. And yes, I do mean hate. I do not mean dislike. I do not mean maybe kind of sort of not really like. I mean actually hate with a passion. Now, before I speak, I always do comprehensive research on what I'm speaking about because what I've realized today is most men, they just speak through emotions because that's how their mammy raised them. Me personally, I was raised like that too, but eventually my biology took over and said, man, as a man, what you're doing doesn't seem right and you need to be more calculated in your speech. You know, is to be said that if you're a man and you say one foolish thing, your words hold weight. For other people like children and women, typically that word is not considered to hold that much weight. But with a man's word, it's important that he knows what he speaks of. And after my many years as a Black American traveling all around the motherland of the continent of Africa, I have came up with a list of things that most people will hate about Africa. Okay. Before we begin, Patreon link will, I can actually just go ahead and tell you guys. It's patreon.com/travel tribe raw, where you guys can get access to all of my exclusive content, long live streams, et cetera, et cetera. But let's go ahead and just jump into the first topic. Let's go ahead and jump into the first reason that you will hate Africa. All right. Number one, the infatuation and obsession of American movements, traditions, and media. Now, one reason I can say for us Black Americans why we travel to the continent of Africa is because we're trying to get away from certain American traditions, maybe certain American movements, that are quite annoying. Now, don't get it twisted. America does have a wide range of movements that are great, a wide range of traditions that are fun. That's all nice to see. But when us Black Americans typically go to Africa, we're not trying to see these same kind of movements there. Sometimes you go and you're like, why are you guys even doing? There's only two people here at this movement. Like, is this really like a serious thing that we need to be talking about in this country? I think we should be maybe having more effective movements for different things, right? Um, so it's unfortunate when you finally go to the continent of Africa and you're seeing that they're damn near replicating certain American cultures and traditions and things that they see on social media, and it's highly annoying. You guys see right here on your screen, it says, let them have it. Certain things are meant for the American public, not for people of other countries, okay? Certain things are meant for certain countries, and it's best to just keep it in those countries, all right? You don't have to be a part of everything. It's nice to maybe say that you are aware of certain movements happening in certain, foreign countries outside of your country, inside of Africa, but maybe it's not best to try and rally a whole bunch of people for certain things that they have no need of. Okay. So that's the first one right there. The infatuation and obsession of American movements and tradition. Um, it's almost lustful, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Like when you guys go to Africa, you're wondering to yourself, why is this white Jesus here? It's just kind of like, do you guys, I mean, the sad thing, and we'll get to this. We have all the time in the world. Well, at least I do for today, and I hope you guys do too, as the audience listening. But you think to yourself, why is this white Jesus in your country? Like this doesn't look anything like you guys. This looks nothing like you guys. And the actual Jesus, verbatim, it says he's the color of burnt copper, which means brown skin. So who created this white Jesus and why is he here inside of you guys' churches like this? It kind of looks crazy, guys. I'm not gonna lie, it kind of looks crazy. Now, I want you guys to keep in mind too, while I'm saying all this, Africans do have their own traditions and culture that they still keep. I can really give them their props on this. There's so many things that I've seen from Bantu, Zulu, all these different things that I've learned about, African cultures and traditions. Even when it comes to voodoo, they still practice this in certain rural areas inside of Africa. A lot of times you'll hear it inside of the country of Nigeria, that they practice voodoo. And it's while we as Americans might look at this and say, "Oh, voodoo, that man, I don't want nobody playing with my body. I don't need nobody puppeteering my body." At the same time, I can be happy that they still practice the things that are most important to them. You know, I just hate people that constantly change themselves to make someone like them, or they think that it's going to possibly give them more love or more openings when it's something that doesn't even resonate with their soul. You know that you don't want to be pushing for this kind of movement. You know this Jesus doesn't look right inside of this all black church. So why would you have this inside of your country? When you see Jesus painted on some of these buses too inside of some of these countries, he's white. And you're thinking to yourself, why do you as an African country need to have a white Jesus painted all across your country? Certain movements and cultures and traditions and certain things we see on media needs to be left in America. That's why I say let them have it. Let them have it. It's theirs. Let them have it. Okay. Uh, so for everybody that's just coming in right now, shout out to you guys for being here. And I'm seeing we have some good numbers, and it's the weekend, so I appreciate you guys being here with me. Today we have a few different topics. Actually, we have a few different topics, and if you're just seeing this on YouTube, typically all this is going to be on Patreon. So while we're talking about the 5 reasons you're going to hate Africa, the rest of these amazing topics, like Ibrahim Traore telling the Black Americans, "Hell no, y'all can't come into Burkina Faso," allegedly. We're going to be talking about that. We're going to be talking about the passport sisters and, also the passport bros that don't usually get mentioned, that are the opposite color of us black people. But some reason the black people always take the heat for everything that's happening in these countries as it pertains to, a passport bro. So we're going to be talking about that as well on the Patreon. We're also going to be talking about Colombia, and a lot of people don't know this, but I've been all around the world, and I'll tell you this about Colombia. It's not just always about, the ladies there. Even though the ladies are on the screen, I knew that would catch you guys' attention. But there's a lot more that's going on in Colombia than what meets the eye. And, I was thinking about going back, not for the ladies, but just so people can really see, the culture of, the Colombian people, and, see how much they really praise the people that have came before them. This is something that's not widely talked about, but when you speak with the Colombian men, they have a lot to say about people that have paved the way for them to make money in their country. And while certain ways they may be making money may make the news, and some people may say, "Oh, this isn't right," well, you have to think to yourself, there's a lot of things in your country that also isn't right too, right? So you got to be happy for people that have found a way to make them some money. And that's all I'm going to say on that subject, right? I don't want to get too deep into it, but these will all be on Patreon as well. You guys aren't, going to hear that full thing here, but we will talk about the 5 reasons that you will hate Africa. So, like I said, that will all be on Patreon. Passport Sisters, all that stuff, Ibrahim Short, all that's going to be on Patreon for the full live stream. So, back to the original conversation, right? We're talking about the 5 reasons you will hate Africa. Right now, we are on the, I need to get my screen back, let them have it portion, where we talk about how the infatuation and obsession of American culture, movements, and traditions is widely affecting Africa. It's to a point too where it's really affecting people, and you even think to yourself, you shouldn't even be thinking like this. I mean, for instance, right? I went to a few countries in Africa where they don't have child support, or it's not like widely used like that. And I had some women tell me, like, "Oh, I think I'm just going to put my baby daddy on child support." And I'm thinking to myself, well, clearly you didn't just pull this out your bottom. You clearly said this because maybe you heard it from somewhere, right? Who does that sound like, audience? I'm going to put my baby daddy on child support. Who does that sound like? Who does that sound like? Let's leave it in the comments. Let's see. I need y'all to be active in these comments, y'all. And at any time, if you guys would like to call into the show, you have a critique or you want to debate anything I'm saying, I'm open to any of the smoke. I want you to know I'm well researched, I'm well traveled, so I'm open to any of it. But let me know in the comments, who does that sound like? I think I'm gonna put my baby daddy on child support. Who does that sound like? And you think to yourself, it's so unfortunate that this American media has breached into the societies inside of Africa, because you think to yourself, man, it's like, you're a great woman. I look at some of these African women, I'm like, you're a great woman. There's no reason you should be talking like this. You don't need to be talking like this. You're a great woman. You come from a two-parent household. You've been taken care of. Your man's not that bad. When they tell you the stories of their men, you're like, oh, this wasn't really the worst, thing ever. Yeah, I mean, you guys could have worked that out. Like, especially now that there's an offspring involved, it's, you shouldn't be so quick to try to break up a family. But this is what happens when you have American culture and westernized beliefs and mindsets poisoning and toxifying your country. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, guys. We have a fool that has just came into the chat. Shout out to Pepper, our first fool of the day. Shout out to Pepper. Let's go ahead and speak with Pepper, shall we? Let's go ahead and speak with Pepper. Now, Pepper, you have to understand something, right? Because Pepper comes here and says, Africa is not a country. Interesting, you fool. Now, not at one time did I call Africa a country. And maybe if I did, we know I'm well traveled. So, of course, I know that going to different countries, there's a visa, which means that you have to go to different countries. I've said it on plenty of my videos. But you see, these kind of people, they come into our live streams and they try to disrupt. Some would call them disruptors, some would call them fools, some would call them bugs. But for this person, Pepper, what I'm going to call him is a dusty Cretan creature. Now, the thing about these people like Pepper, right? A dusty Cretan creature. The thing about people like this, right? They're miserable. Now, we're talking about some important topics, right? Let's say I slipped and called Africa a country, which I did, and I always call it a continent. But let's say I did slip up, right? This fool decided to talk about this instead of talking about the major issue inside of a lot of these African countries. This fool says Africa is not a continent. It's not a country. It's a continent, right? You got to think to yourself about these dusty Cretan creatures. What would make somebody say something like that? Don't you see what we're talking about? We're trying to make sure that Africa can stay Africa and it can be a place that will be great for the melanated public. But we have fools like this, distractors, that come into our videos to go ahead and spread confusion. They try to get you off your topic, try to shake you up. Listen, I got a lot of different little names I'm going to call people like this. I got the petty panini peasant. Give me attention. Give me attention. This is who Pepper is, y'all. This is who Pepper is. Give me attention. You're listening to what I'm saying, but you're not listening at the same time, right? This fool's going to come in here and say, oh, it's not a country. Africa's not a country. When did I say Africa was a country? What the? And my biggest thing is, even if I did slip up like that, right? Are we going to just not give any value to the important information I'm saying about Africa? This is why there's a lot of progress not being made in a lot of African countries. Yeah, this is why. Because you have these fools like this that instead of focusing on how they're trying to break up the nuclear family inside of a lot of these African households, how America's paying millions of dollars for certain agendas to be pushed into these African countries, how a lot of the people are forgetting about their traditions, about certain things about family, how they're starting to do these weird social media activities on these African TikTok platforms and stuff, instead of focusing on making sure Africa is for the Africans and making sure these infiltrators don't get their disgusting poison into the countries to affect the minds of the people and the youth. This petty panini peasant named Pepper says that Africa is not a country. What a fool. What a fool. Isn't that sad, guys? The dusty Cretan creature strikes again. Boy, oh boy, it's sad, guys. It's sad. It sure is sad, man. It sure is sad. Okay, well, we won't be too distracted by the dusty Cretan creature, or also known as the petty Panini peasant. I'm thinking about creating new names for fools like this each time I go live, guys. So work with me. If you guys have some, hit me up on my social medias at Travel Tribe Brawl. We can definitely get into it and chat about some new names for these fools that come in and their mindset is completely slayed of what the actual goal is. So keep that in mind, okay, guys? Keep that in mind. So back to it, right? We won't be too distracted by the distractor. We're talking about today 5 reasons you will hate Africa. And yes, I do mean hate. And by the way, I do see the comments coming in. We will touch on the comments after a while. If you want your comment read, say something foolish and I'll get to you immediately. Look at Pepper, he did it. So, and if you want to say something, and you want your comment read, go ahead and hit that damn super chat, man. I really appreciate it. Throw some money on the books, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Okay. So here we go. Right now we're talking about the infatuation and obsession that these Africans, not all of them, but a lot of these African countries, they have with American movements, traditions, and media. Earlier, we were speaking on how certain things just shouldn't be inside of certain countries within inside of the continent of Africa, right? Certain movements, certain traditions, and I was saying let them have it. We talked about how Africa, they do have their own cultures and traditions, but we see that inside of the major cities it's not really pushed that much, but we do still see that Africans do keep a lot of their own culture and traditions, so we have to give them their props for that. But for a lot of Black Americans going to Africa, you're not going to like when you see that white Jesus all over the place. You're not going to like hearing maybe women talking about, oh, I'm putting my baby daddy on child support. You're not gonna like, the African dudes. Sometimes they just come up to you and what's good, my nigga? Hey, nigga, what's up, my nigga? And they think it's funny, but you think to yourself, poor boy, if only you understood. Like, man, I mean, it's dumb in America when they say it, and it's dumb in Africa when they say it, but it sounds even dumber in Africa because they're not even saying it right. It's nigga, you know what I'm saying? But they, what's up, my nigga? My nigga, yeah, my nigga. All right. I'm sorry. Listen, I swear, y'all, it just sounds so dumb. It sounds so dumb. And when the ladies say it too, oh my goodness, man, I've had some ladies. Oh man, when you're doing the little podcast that I was doing. Oh man, these niggas ain't shit. Like, it's nigga. Like, it's funny, y'all. It's funny. But anyways, certain movements and traditions and media should not be pushing into Africa. And I'll tell you guys this: the worst part about uh, American traditions and movements breaching their way inside of Africa, inside of the motherland, is that there's no knowledge of ancient info and religions. For instance, Egyptology. Guys, I'm gonna tell you the truth, man. I didn't go to Africa for the same reasons as a lot of Black Americans, right? I do notice that some Black Americans, they'll say that they're going to be a passport bro. I do notice that some Black Americans are going to Africa saying they're trying to get maybe back in touch with their roots and stuff. I went truly because I was tired of some things that was happening in America, and I was losing my mind over here. Like, I was losing it, y'all. I was losing it. I was really losing it because after a while, the trauma to keep seeing your people get brutally tortured and done bad, pow pow, in the worst way possible, it really affects your mental health seriously. So I said to myself, I need to go where there's less of this. And I found Africa to be, a safe haven for my mental health. Typically you'll find this when you're around people that look like you. You'll find this when you're around people that look like you and also show levels of intelligence, levels of integrity, and levels of morale. For instance, the fact that Africans are very family oriented, the fact that they have this certain aura about them where you run into a man and You just know that this brother is actually a man and he's working hard. Certain things that you can just see from African brothers and the sisters being feminine, all that stuff really played a part in, making me, feel better, right? When you're constantly in America, just seeing on the news all the stuff that's happening to us, it really can take a toll on your mental health. And it should. If you're human, it should, but at the same time, there has to be an out, right? For intelligent Black melanated people. So Africa was my way, to gain some kind of peace and some clarity and see that the world is not just a pow pow, the world is much more. So I was happy Africa gave me that. But the saddest part when I went there, because my second reason of going was for the culture too, I wanted to retouch back with my roots, like understand, certain things about ancient Kemet and, maybe ancient Egyptology, maybe learn something about the Library of Alexandria, which was name changed, of course, because it wasn't originally called Alexandria, but this is considered to be the first university in the world. And I went to Africa because I really wanted, to uh, gain that information. And, I really, it was just sad because I went there and I didn't find anybody that really knew about the ancient religions. I didn't find anybody that knew about the ancient universities. A lot of people didn't even know the first university, which was the Library of Alexandria. A lot of people didn't even know that was in Egypt. A lot of people didn't even know that this is where all the greatest philosophers went. This is where all the greatest information came from way back before they had UC Berkeley. So it was just sad to see how much they forgot because of these Western traditions, and cultures. So I'll just leave it at that. That's the first thing right there. So, certain things, guys, just doesn't need to be inside of Africa. Okay. Certain movements, certain culture, certain things on media, it just shouldn't be there. And I truly want to give props, right, to uh China. you know we can say a lot of things about China, right? But one thing we can't say is that they're not trying, in a way, right? Now we do know that with any type of billionaires you must exercise caution, and we know the Chinese government is ran by billionaires, right? But we do have to give them props that all this American media, guys, it's not really inside of Africa like that. Excuse me, it's not really inside of China like that. American media really is in America and majority of the world, but China, they put certain things in place that is not brain rot for their offspring. They put certain social medias that's for, people to learn. They even have times that you can use social media in the country. There's so many benefits that I see. And this is a society to me that actually cares about its people in some capacity, right? In some capacity. So I'll leave it at that for there, but yeah, China doesn't just allow everything from America to infiltrate, right? And rightfully so, because it's not healthy on the mind. Even when it comes to Chinese news, China's not going to stress you guys out. China's not going to stress the Chinese public about certain things because they say, we got this under control. We're going to work as a unit. You guys don't have to worry about it. So why we put this on the news, right? Sometimes you can even see on American television that you can see that they put certain things inside of the news on American TV stations and they're repeating it across all the different networks, ABC, Fox, NBC, all these different ones. They're constantly like repeating the same information and it's just wrong. It's just wrong and it's misleading and it messes up the American public's health. This is why we have so many people going crazy in America. Okay. So that's to be said on that one. Shout out to Wise Man 91. Now, didn't I say this, man? I said when somebody goes ahead and hits that super chat, man, we're gonna show appreciation by reading their comment immediately. So I see all the comments lining up, but I do appreciate the ones that appreciate me, you know. And shout out to all my Patreon supporters and subscribers as well. But yeah, shout out to Wise Man 91. He says great work. I do appreciate that, brother. I definitely do. Let me see. How do I get out of this right here? How do I? Okay, I guess I have to take it off screen to read the rest of the comments. But yeah, shout out to the real ones, man. It's definitely information that they're keeping from people. Unfortunately, to gain this kind of information from, people on YouTube, because most people on YouTube, man, they're gonna tell you like, oh, the worst thing about Africa is, sometimes, it's gonna be hard to get transportation. Sometimes they're gonna tell you like very surface level things because they didn't do a deep dive. Maybe they didn't go to Africa for the right reasons. Maybe they just went for a quick vacation. Me personally, why I started going to Africa was because I really wanted to be one with my people. I really wanted to learn some history, and I wanted to get away from certain sick things that were happening to people that are melanated inside of America. These are my official reasons for coming out to Africa. So, wow, it's like I can't read all the comments on screen, so I have to read them from my other monitor. Let me see here. Cloudbuster says, what African country are you located in now? By the way, if you guys would like, you guys can call into the show. You guys can call into the show. All right. I'm going to go ahead and put the link. Boom. The link right now is inside of the chat. So you guys can call into the show. And yeah, we're going to go ahead and have our debate, have our discourse, and then we're going to go on to the next important part of the reason that you are going to hate Africa. But for right now, we're just going to read these comments and we're going to get back to it, okay? Cloudbus says, what African country are you located in now? I traveled to Africa recently. What country did you go to, by the way, Cloudbuster? And for me right now, I'm not in Africa. I'm actually in America, but I will be traveling very soon. I do travel a lot off camera as well. So yeah, we were just talking about me possibly going back to Colombia, and I'm not going for the women, even though the women are on screen. I was going back just to show you guys another side of Colombia that I don't think a lot of Black men really show you. So I thought that would be important. So I'll keep it at that right there. So yeah, call into the show if you guys are open to it. Call into the show. The link is inside of the chat. So just click the chat and then you guys will get the link. South Africa says, out of curiosity, what countries in Africa have you been to and how long did you live in each one? Man, you know what? If I told you, I'd have to off you. Like, no, but on the real, y'all, I have been to a lot of the African countries. I'm gonna keep it at that. I've shown you guys the ones that I've been to on camera that I'm okay with you guys knowing. But if I have countries I'm doing business in, I don't know if you really on my team like that. I don't know if I tell you that I'll be going to this country, are you going to wait outside the plane and just, oh man, this Black guy right here, I don't know. We're living in some really weird times. There's stalkers, there's weirdos, and they don't want to see Black people do good in life. So sometimes I don't feel comfortable giving all of my whereabouts, places I'm doing businesses, places that I'm just doing for profit, or nonprofit, whatever it is, I'm not trying to put all that stuff for the public to hear or see. So but I will tell you the ones that I'm okay with you guys knowing, and even some of the ones that I haven't shown on camera too, that I don't mind because I'm not doing any business there, I'm not doing any kind of nonprofit, anything like that. So first one I'll tell you, Tanzania. I've been to Rwanda, I've been to Uganda, I've been to let me see, South Africa. You guys have seen that. I've been to Ghana, I've been to Nigeria, I've been to let me see. Let me think. Kenya. Let me see. What's that one right next to South Africa? Sheesh. Now I look like I don't know what I'm talking about, huh? Some genius is gonna come in the chat and say, see, he doesn't know. He doesn't know. He doesn't know not all of Africa. He can't remember all the countries in Africa. See, how can he call himself an African man? He does not know all of Africa. They're so psychotic, guys, that you gotta be careful. So, anyways, yeah. I've been just know that I've been to a wide range of countries, right? And if you do a consultation with me on patreon.com slash travel tribe raw, you'll be able to maybe hear some of that. Depending if that's the country that you're going to, then I might give you information on that country, you know. So yeah, patreon.com slash travel tribe raw. You guys can find all my exclusive content, video uploads, re-uploads, and the financial freedom masterclass where you can learn to take control of your life and live the life that you are truly meant to live, man. I have ways that you can make fast and legal money and get out of America as quick as possible. This is for the raw 2 and raw 3 tiers, um, which are the tiers inside of my Patreon channel. And yeah, you know, there's a lot of useful information, whether short or long term. You'll be able to find out how to make fast legal money and get outside of your home country immediately. Having access to women that maybe are just fast women, you know, or if you're looking more for a long time lifestyle, which is the one I encourage most men on a purpose to, you know, push into, then I have ways that you can make legal money. It comes at a slower pace, but at the end of the day, it's way more beneficial for your long term legacy. Okay. I explained to you guys how you can get legitimate housing, how you guys can get, you know, women that are of quality versus women that are just, you know, maybe for a day, you know. So yeah, that's what we talk about on there. I do see we have somebody that has came up inside of the chat, has came up inside of the live. Let's go ahead and add him onto the stage. Um, let's go ahead and add him on. Hello.
Yo, what's up? What's going on, man? This is Amin. I'm calling from Durham, North Carolina, man. So I'm out here in Raleigh, Durham, the Triangle area. Yeah.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm doing good, man. I'm headed out to Kenya in November. And this is my first time coming and going out there, man. So I'm excited, man. I'll be staying in Nairobi. And so you know, I'm interested in actually relocating to Africa, man. And I'm looking at Kenya to be that spot. So I know you got a lot of experience. You've been doing a lot of things, man. So I'm just here to kind of soak up some game and maybe ask a few questions and stuff like that. So
Oh yeah, you should. And you know, while I talk a lot about how Africa, you know, there's the reasons you should hate Africa, there is a lot of great reasons that you should also love Africa. So I'm happy that you're one of these people with your own mind and you say, well, he says this, but you know, at the end of the day, you know, I still want to go and experience it for myself. That's very important because there's a lot of great things to love about Africa too. So that's a live stream we'll be doing tomorrow as well. But go ahead and ask your questions though. Yeah, I'm listening.
yeah, so okay, so now I'm interested in relocating to Kenya. And I know, you know what I'm saying, I'm not interested in the tourist areas. Nairobi gets overly populated. It's a lot of oversaturation. You know, I've heard the situation with the individual, I won't mention his name, that did some crazy stuff on World Star. So,
Haha, yeah.
you know what I'm saying? That was crazy, bro. But at the same time, like the areas that are not tourist heavy, you know what I'm saying? Like the areas that are not popular. What areas do you recommend in Kenya that's not necessarily oversaturated and whatnot?
When you say not popular, what do you mean by that?
I just mean something that's not everybody's headed to, everybody's going to. You know what I'm saying? It's more of a place where you get more feel of the local people, you get more feel of the Kenyan experience, you know what I mean? It's not so many
Mm,
basically not so
mm.
many foreigners, man. Straight to the point. Not so many foreigners, bro.
Right, right, right. No, I hear what you're saying. Well, I'll tell you this, man. Rwaka is a nice place to go. I mean, it's right next to Nairobi. Some would say it's technically in Nairobi, but it's right
Uh-huh.
next to there, and it's very beautiful there because, you know, you're not that far from the major city, which is important because you'll still have, you know, the American amenities that you're used to. But you'll also be able to see, you know, kind of a more, I won't call it rural, but I'll say that it is a bit more not as modern as Nairobi. Also, I'd even mention Naivasha. I'd mention Nakuru and Kisumu, which is, I believe, home of the Luos. Shout out to the Luos, the thick, voluptuous, beautiful Luo women, man. They are
Yo,
fine. And the
yeah.
brothers there, you know, cool too, and shape, good brothers down to get a workout in with you. So, you know, that's also dope to see. But yeah, those are the places I would suggest. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out
And
how to get you up on the stage real quick. I'm new to using this thing real quick. How do I get you on the stage? I don't know if I'll be able to get you. It's cool. Y'all just gonna have to listen to him from the screen, y'all. Okay. Okay.
yo, so okay, so now what is the difference between the women in the major cities and the women in like the Nakurus and whatnot, the cities that you mentioned? Are they different? Are they about the same? What's the flavor when you go to cities with less foreigners as opposed to cities with foreigners when it comes to the women?
There we go. My bad. You got to ask that one more time because I just got you on the camera,
All right,
so I
that's
was
what's
trying
up,
to
bro.
figure it out. Yeah,
When
go
you
ahead.
go to the areas that have less foreigners in them and the women in those areas, what are the difference between the women in the areas where there's less foreigners and the women in the areas where there's more foreigners? Is there a difference or are they about the same as far as the
And
women are concerned?
this pertaining to the women. Okay. Yeah, you know what? The women, uh, I say in areas where there's not foreigners, they're more feminine. I'd say that they don't feel like they have to put on a show as much because they know
Mm,
that okay, they're around their men and their men look at them crazy if they dressing in no clothes, and the men know that they gonna look at them crazy if they out here talking about you ain't meant to tell me what they because that man ain't shit niggas ain't you ain't gonna tell me and I got my baby that they know that
yeah.
okay I gotta act a certain way in
Hmm.
this area because the men here not playing these games. My mother lives in this town. My father lives in this town. I have to show respect. I can't exactly be for the streets because what I do in Nairobi, I can't do in maybe Kisumu or Nakuru because you know my mom lives here. My uncle lives here. I actually have a story real quick about some woman. She told me that she was doing some stuff that she wasn't supposed to be doing, walking home at night with some dude. And she said her uncle stopped her on the street and said, "Where are you going?" And she said, "Oh, I'm just with my friend." And the uncle said, "Get in the car right now. I'm taking you to your parents' house." She had to go in the car and she, had to go straight home. So you're gonna realize that inside of the more rural areas, or less modernized areas, the women they come with a more feminine aura just because it's not that many clubs like that. There's more rules because their parents are around, et cetera, et cetera. And some of them just are not really city girls. So even though they could move to the city, they don't want to because they know that maybe there's some demonic energy and it's not on that type of vibration.
Yo, that's what's up, man. So when you go to these areas that are not that have less foreigners, that are not as populated or whatnot, do you get Airbnbs or do you just go straight to the major hotels? I mean, how do you kind of move as far as relocating, where you're gonna stay and things like that? Do you kind of get consultations from people or do you just kind of go for what you know or flow, whatever?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, personally, um, what I do, I just get an Airbnb. There's Airbnbs all over, and it might not
Mm-hmm.
be, what you guys might see me usually in, but
Mm-hmm.
it's still nice enough that it's like, okay, it's a nice place to live in, right? So, I just look for cleanliness. That's what I look for. If there's been a few reviews and they all say that it's clean, that's what I'm looking for. I might be sleeping on a queen size bed. I'm 6'5", damn near, so it's not really
Mm-hmm.
that comfortable, but at the same time, it's nice. It's nice, it's clean, it's in a decent neighborhood. And you
Yeah.
know what? The good thing about African people too, and this is gonna be on tomorrow's live stream, the great thing about them, they some good brothers over there, man. They gonna tell you if you got a driver, they gonna drop you off in like the best area and tell you, hey man, this is the safe neighborhood. Stay over here if you're trying to, be around, some good people and you want a nice place. This hotel right here is great. So, asking around does wonders too.
All right, that's what's up, man. That's what's up. Now, you
Yeah.
banging on Africa a little bit, right? I see it on the title. I mean, I don't know what the details on it is, but I know you kind of hitting on Africa. From this live that you have going on right now, what do you want brothers to take from this? Do you want brothers not to go? Do you want brothers to be more on guard? What is the information you want brothers to take from this when they're done with this live that you're giving now?
Wow, that's actually a great question. Let me read this comment first. 1 second. Okay, shout out to Shin Mir Ah. Shinmir. I feel like this brother trying to have me say something that's kind of like crazy. You know how they be trying to space out the words, so I'm saying something freaky or something. Shinmir. I don't know. Okay, shout out to this brother. He sends 5. He says, "Have you been to Chad? And this is your portion for reading my words and comments on screen." Damn, I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate that. I'll tell you like this, right? That's one of those things that I may or may not really want on the internet like that. So hit me up on social media at Travel Tribe, bro. We can talk about that privately. That's no problem at all. But yeah, that's what I was saying, where you don't know how many people are there for you. Maybe I haven't went, maybe I have, but that's one of those things I'd rather talk about privately with you, brother. And let me tell you too, bro. On screen, what was your name again?
I mean,
I mean, okay.
yes, sir.
Um, you know what I want people to understand about Africa is that Africa as a continent is a beautiful place. There's a lot of great things about the continent, but if you go in without the right information, you're going to fall prey to a lot of the corruption. You're going to fall prey to, a lot of the demonic entities that linger inside of the continent. And these are some things that a lot of Black people specifically don't know when they're going in. And that's what I'm trying to give people is just, a warning before going inside of, the beautiful continent, because as everything that glitters is not all gold, right? So that's what I'm just trying to give is a quick warning just to people. I have some more topics to get onto as well. So we just barely hitting the tip of the iceberg with this stuff. But yeah.
And you say getting the right information. Like, do you think a lot of people are given the right information when it comes to Africa, or do you think there's a lot of misinformation going on? I mean, when it comes to getting the right information so that you can apply it to when you go, or you think there's a lot of people giving false information when it comes
Oh,
to the knowledge of Africa?
oh yeah. Yeah. A lot of people giving false information, brother. Yeah. Like it's the thing about it though, a lot of people haven't really lived there, and a lot of people only trying to go for a quick vacation or go for a quick smash. Like a lot of people ain't going there to really be a part of the culture, be a part of the people, integrate into the society and be amongst the people. Like that's not a lot of people's goal is only just, for those few reasons. So, you know, the information they have is only scratching the surface. So they go and they think they know certain things, so they do a YouTube video and talk about light stuff that's easy to see. But when you've been living there for a while, then you see that okay, there's much more greater issues here that also need to be spoken on.
And what are your top 3 countries in Africa, man? What are the top 3 countries that you recommend a brother who's going to going to Africa for the first time? What countries do you recommend that he goes to first, man, to get his feet wet to kind of learn where he needs to be?
That's a good question. To get your feet wet, I'll say, the ones that are considered to be at the top, right? Like Johannesburg, South Africa,
Mm-hmm.
Nairobi, Kenya,
Mm-hmm.
and I'd say Accra, Ghana. It's just the reason I'm saying
Mm.
these because this gives you are you from America, right?
Of course, I'm FBA.
Right. Okay, cool. Yeah. So, the thing is, if you're from America, see, me personally, the first country I went to was Tanzania.
Mm-hmm.
And that was like going into, man, like it felt like a battlefield. Nobody really spoke English. Like, bruh,
Mm.
oh man, it was bad, man. I'm telling you, I had to translate everything. And, I didn't know the
Mm.
SIM card situation that well. I didn't know about land scams. I didn't know much. So over time, that's when I finally learned that, okay, wow, okay, so what I'm really supposed to do is go to Johannesburg first, or maybe a place like Nairobi, Kenya first, where it's damn near just like America. Not really like America that much, but it's damn near
Mm.
kind of like America. And then I can ease into Tanzania life. If I would have done that first, then going into a country like Tanzania would have been simple as eating cake.
Okay, that's peace, man. That's definitely peace on that, man. And so when it comes to this, man, like I'm
Mhm.
looking for a queen, man. I'm definitely looking for a queen. Do you recommend brothers going to Africa, going to different countries to find their queen, or should they just look for their queen in the States? This is for my African American brothers that are in the United States that say they're tired of the women here. They need to see other women, other places. They're looking for a wife. They want to settle down. Do you recommend brothers going to Africa for that reason, or should they kind of slow it down and kind of look at other reasons to go?
Yeah, that's another really good question, brother. The thing is, I'm gonna tell you like this: like, it's good to be looking for a queen, but I think a lot of black brothers, the issue what's going on is when we going into Africa, we now looking at ourselves first and saying, you know what? And I'm not saying this is you, but I'm saying for
Mm-hmm.
black men, I feel like the major problem, we don't look at all the trauma that we've been through. We never like do some self-reflecting, and we
Mm,
go into Africa, and immediately we're thinking to ourselves like, okay, I need a queen, I need a queen. But sometimes certain things that American women maybe have traumatized us on, when an African woman does this slight thing, we're thinking maybe she's doing this because of this, maybe she's doing this because of this, so I have to meet her with this type of energy. But no, this is just
mm,
her traditions, this is her culture. Her coming maybe like 10 minutes late, 20 minutes late is an act of disrespect. It's an act of like, we don't take time serious in this country. An American chick, she's late because she wants to show you you're not important. If it's Chris Brown on the date, she
mm,
gonna come an hour early. If it's you on the date, she gonna come an hour late. So,
mm,
there's certain things that I feel like we as Black American men specifically, and just men in general going to Africa, got to work on first,
mm,
and then we can say that we're worthy of a queen inside of Africa, because it takes a king to find a queen. But a lot of dudes, without doing the self work, this is what a lot of brothers do. I'm gonna be honest. A lot of
mm,
brothers go to Africa. They don't do any self work on themselves. They have a basic job. They've saved some money. Kudos to them. Or they're on credit. They're using a loan, and they go to Africa expecting to find a queen, and you haven't done any work. You were raised by a single mom. You were, indoctrinated by this sick culture in America to think some of
mm,
your male ways are manly, which they're not. And now you're going to Africa saying, why am I not finding a queen? Is because you as a man haven't put the work in to be considered to be a king. So, they say you are what you attract. If you're attracting
mm,
peasant women that are rude and disrespectful, that's because you might need to do some elevation on your own behalf. Because outside of the camera, when I'm not doing my podcast with the ladies and stuff like that, I'm attracting lots of pretty high quality women. It's just the women that I'm putting on camera, unfortunately, it might not be showing the best thing, but it's not like these women are the women I'm trying to marry. It's the women that I'm just putting on camera because I know this is what the audience will want to see. But when it comes to ladies that are really attracting me off camera, I notice there's a quality behind them, and they tend to give me exactly what I put out, king energy, and they give me that queen energy back. So that's what I'll say. If you're trying to get a queen inside of Africa, you can easily get a queen there, but you have to come as a king. Because I'll tell you this one last thing about these African brothers. These African brothers are serious men outside of the work, outside of all this other stuff. They're serious dudes. They don't spend time talking for hours about women on these damn podcasts. They don't spend time talking about, oh, let me go get my nails manicured, because men in America do this. They don't
mm,
spend $200 on their haircut. These African men, what they gonna do is, if not anything, they're gonna walk the walk. Even if they don't got the money, they're gonna walk the walk, and they might even talk the talk. But you can see an aura about the men there. They walk with their chest out. You can tell they had their fathers in their life, and so they're attracting these extremely submissive women with damn near no money. You're like, how is that possible? It's because they put in the
mm,
work to be considered, to even not have a kingdom, or even not have the cash flow. Not all of them, some of them have it, but they can
mm.
walk as a king does. They can talk like a king does. So this is why they usually end up with these queen-like women. So hopefully that answered your question, bro. I'm gonna get back to this show though. I appreciate you for calling in, bro. You the first call today. I really appreciate that, man.
All right, man. Peace out, man. One
Yeah,
love,
and
man.
enjoy
Peace
your
out.
trip. Enjoy your trip. Yep, yep.
Yes, sir. Peace, sir.
All right.
Peace out.
All right. Holla. All right, y'all. We back at it. We back at it, y'all. Let me do this. Boom. Blow. All right. We back at it, y'all. Let me get back into it. Let me know if my audio is coming in good, y'all. I'm gonna check real quick too. Let me know if my audio and visual is coming in good. I'm gonna check real quick. Let me check real All right, y'all. We back at it. It looks like we got somebody else that just entered the studio. So we gonna do this quick. We gonna do like a quick kind of call with this person, and then we gonna get back onto the topic. What's good, KB?
Hey, it's me, Wiseman.
Oh, wise
um,
man. Oh, what's good, brother? How you
yeah,
doing?
I just picked. That's my actual name. I'm not gonna say my actual name on YouTube, but yeah, it's me, Wiseman.
I
I'm, I'm
understand it.
I'm liking the show. Yeah, I'm gonna be real quick, man. I know you about to end the live.
I'm not about to end the
Elaborate.
live. I'm about to end this portion because we barely just hit on the first one. After this, we have to get to the next portion because we're talking about the 5 reasons you're gonna hate about Africa, and we only talked about number one. We got 4 more to go.
Okay,
So
cool. My bad. All right. So my question is this: I want you to elaborate more on the African men and their masculinity. You just said something that really, struck a nail with me. You were right. Because even in the States here in America, when I see African men, they're very, I'm not going to say alpha male. Of course, they're alpha, but they're very, they know who they are. They're
mm,
confident in who they are. Like you said, they walk with their chest out. They project their voice. They have deep voices. They project themselves. They don't care what anyone thinks. They're not scared of nobody. They're not scared of white people. They're not scared of nobody. So elaborate more on these African men and what we can take and learn from them. And what's your experience with dealing with African men?
okay, yeah, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, to elaborate more, before getting back to the topics, I'll just say real quick that, you know, unfortunately, in America, we were dealt a bad card as black men specifically, but a lot of men in America, it's not just black men without their fathers, a lot of men in America, they've given the female in America so much power. She can easily just take your father away and raise you like a peon. So it's sad, but what happens from that is a lot of guys that think that they're men that aren't actually men. So when you're around actual men, then you're surprised by it, and you're like, "Oh my god, these dudes!" Like they're you look at the way they walk, look at the way they talk. For me personally, I think the way I learned, masculinity and I learned manhood was mainly just from shows. From shows, TV, and I learned to replicate certain things there. Of course, biology eventually took over and gave me the rest of the piece of the puzzle that I was missing. But I didn't have nobody to really walk me through. Oh, you gotta walk with your chest out. Oh, you gotta talk like this. Or you gotta do this, and you have to be a man of your word. You have to know things that you're saying before you speak. Unfortunately, we were dealt a bad hand. But I noticed in Africa, the men there, the way that they walk is is like how a king is supposed to be walking. And you really just think to yourself, it's unfortunate the other party infiltrated, because they had guns. You just know for a fact that these African brothers, they will be on top if it wasn't for the fact they've been extremely colonized and they dealing with extreme corrupt governments. Because a lot of them have the right mission too. Put on for my family. I want to be a family man. I want to get married. I want to have this woman in my life and do the right thing. A lot of them doing right in life, but it's unfortunate that they government so corrupt that they can't exactly get the resources that they need to do everything that they want to do. So yeah, I'll say that. It's the fact they have their fathers in their life and they replicate a real, masculine authority. Most
Hmm.
black men, they get the movies and TV shows. And unfortunately, when you raised up on movies and TV shows, you have brothers like me that was raised by, movies and TV shows and biology that assisted me in my growth. But I was raised by the right TV shows. But then you have other brothers that think how to be a man is you got to be gang gang. I got to be gang 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 bang.
Right.
I got to, be this and that. So you do notice that, these brothers in Africa, when you get that male authority from your uncle, because they're going to have some male influence in their life. Uncle, older brother, father, they're going to have somebody, grandfather in their life that's going to teach them how to walk that walk. And, it gets replicated for generations. So that's what's going on. Yeah, yeah. And you had something else. You said one more thing.
Yeah, yeah. No, I like what you said about the psychology of black men in America because we learn, not all of us, but majority of us, about like 80% of us, and I see it with my own eyes, we grew up with the gangster image. That was our equivalent of manhood. So, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with the hustle gangster image to a certain extent. It is that it didn't really amount to anything in terms of building economic power, economic and political power, where Africans, they have I wouldn't say have economic power, but they understand what man is about. The economic power and political power, they're still trying to figure out. But my thing is this too. I was going to ask you. I forgot, man.
It's all
You
good.
pretty
It's all,
much answered the question. I mean, yeah, I'm okay. Here's my thing too about African man. Did you go to college?
yeah, I did. I went to a few colleges actually.
You ever been to university?
No universities, but I did graduate from a few trade schools.
Okay, so I went to university. I went to trade school and university, right? When I was at the university, I was going to just also, this is my last question. When it comes to education and just leadership, when I was in school, all the Africans, they stuck together. And, it's not that they want to be around Black Americans. They were cool with me because I wasn't trying to be super hood and everything, but they stayed away from that hood environment. They didn't mess with it. They said, how did people keep it going? So they took their education very serious. I see them in my own eyes. So what can we learn from them in terms of their education and their seriousness with getting that education, getting that degree and that paper?
So to simplify, you're saying what can we learn from the Africans when they're going to university?
Yeah. What can we learn from Africans in terms of their seriousness with education? They're going to school to get a degree and to pursue a real career.
Oh, you're saying the Africans in America, right?
Yes, my bad. Africans in America, yes.
Okay, no, I understand now. For some reason I was saying African Americans and stuff.
No,
okay,
Africans in America, yeah. Compared to Black Americans, I'm not saying Black Americans not slacking. We're there, but I definitely see Africans. They take their studies more serious.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know what would help a lot of Black Americans to take it serious when they're going to university is going to Africa and seeing how bad your life can truly be. This is what a lot of the African parents tell their children inside of America. I noticed they'll tell them, they won't just tell them, they'll bring them to where they were raised and tell them like, listen, you're my African son or my African daughter. You need to understand this is how we were raised. I could leave you here. I can leave you here and let you find a way to make it to America so you can actually live a life with some actual money and I can leave you in Africa and you'll struggle your whole entire life. Most people don't get this opportunity to come to America and make it out here. So I could leave you here, and sometimes they do. They'll leave their child in Africa for months, maybe a couple years, then go ahead and bring their child back to America and say, okay, now you can live with me. By this time, bro, I can guarantee you're not going to be a slacker. Because when you see that, damn, this is how these Africans are living, oh, hell no. Anything is better than this life. And I'm going to get into that topic too, because there's another, I don't want to break in too much of this, but they see why you have to work hard in this life. I think a lot of Black Americans, they get extremely lackadaisical and they think to themselves, well, you know what? College is going to be there forever. It's not like, it's not like I can't, finesse or do something else. Like, I can be a barber. I can do other things and stuff, make little money here and there. Africans, they look at it like it's life or F. I can't say the word, but they look at it as life or the other word. And they like, man, I got to do this because this is my life and I got to take it serious. But Americans, it's just too lackadaisical. It's too lackadaisical, And I will say this about Black America as well. What the Africans fail to understand about Black Americans is that we have been mentally trained to believe that we came from slaves. When you start off your life knowing this information, it makes you slightly of a weaker specimen because these white people, they learn that they come from greatness, so they know that they have to repeat it. But for the Black people, once you learn as an offspring or as a youth that you came from slavery, you think to yourself, well, my life won't really amount to anything anyways. So, and it's subconscious. Most Black Americans, they can't even access that part of their brain that says that, I'm just going to be lackadaisical because I came from slavery. I've learned that we came from slaves and this is normal treatment of us. This is normal behavior. And also when Black Americans learn about Black Wall Street and all the great things that have been built in Black society, they start to also say, you know what? Why would I try hard if America is just going to bomb it? Or why would I try hard if a police officer is just going to pow me, shoot, the word shoot, why would I do all that if, you know, America's just going to do this to me? So Africans, they might look at it, does look like Black Americans are lazy. When you just look at it from the outside looking in, it seems like, man, these are lazy people that don't even take college serious. But they also don't understand how long the Black Americans have dealt with mental torture as well. You know, physically, that was slavery days. Now we're dealing with mental slavery. So Africans might not understand that. But if we understand each other, then, you know, we see a better outcome, you know? So
Mhm.
I'll say that. I'll leave it at that. Thank you for calling in, bro. I really do appreciate that, man.
Thank you, sir.
All righty. Have a good rest of your day, brother.
You as well.
All right. Boom. All righty, y'all. We still got 4 more topics. Golly, I know. I know y'all. I know y'all looking at me right now like, damn, bro, how you? We got 4 more damn topics and you still on the first one? Come on, bro. You got to do better than that. You got to do better than that. I know, y'all. I know. I know. Here we go. I'm a speed run through these comments, y'all. I'm serious. I'm not about to read them like, you know, elaborate and all this stuff. Okay. Shinmir says, two such and are shocked that their FBA culture is there on the continent. I bet you had the same social media intake in America as you did in Africa. You were being an influencer instead of being partaking his cultures and struggles. Why would I? So Shinmir Ah says, I bet you had the same social media intake in America as you did in Africa. You was there being an influencer instead of a partake in its culture and struggles. That is why you became critical of it. I don't know what he's trying to say, but I don't think he's trying to come at it like from a bad angle. So I'm just gonna skip. Real Dale says Africa can be powerful is all the countries come together and become one. Yeah, that's true. They can. Dan says you mean well, but you ain't gonna make a difference there, bro. Best to build in the States. Well, Dan, you would be a fool to believe that, you know, we can't make any difference. We've made a difference throughout the entire world. You know, I come from a bloodline of people that actually made a difference and freed us from slavery. So I think actually influencing Africans and influencing my brothers and sisters in Africa, I think that's an easy plight versus what my brothers have done in their previous life. All right. Caesar Blue Hive says China got a whole country behind it. Yeah, that is true. Africans tribal too. Real Deal says you would like Panama as well. I may go to Panama, y'all. I may go to Panama. I may go to Colombia. I may go to all these countries very soon. What you think of Rwanda? Rwanda is a great country. There's not that much corruption there, is what the numbers say. OG Oluch says he will go back to those famous areas after a few months with locals. I don't know. I think he's talking to somebody in the chat. Wise Man says, dang, that's some good knowledge. I appreciate that, Wise Man. I definitely do. Shout out to Wise Man. Seems like he's a great supporter that keeps coming on the live. So I definitely appreciate real brothers that and have some knowledge too. You know, this brother, he also has some knowledge too, you know, and that's the sad thing too. There's so many intelligent Black people, and we see the ones that end up being the celebrities and the famous ones. It's kind of sad because you're like, how did this idiot get it when we have people like Wise Man that actually is a wise man, but he doesn't get his credit. So, you know, then Decode 2K says every Black man king. Decode says if man, let me read from the actual thing. My bad. I'm trying to read these fast, y'all. This is a lot, guys. Is this homework? If make it through slavery when nothing can stop you. What the Yes. If you make it through slavery, then nothing can stop you. Exactly. We come from a line of great Black warriors. African people come from this line too. So to say that we can't do small tasks like, you know, do certain things in our communities is going to push us one step forward in the right direction is ludicrous. We can definitely put in the work and get great results. We've done it many times before. Caesar Blue Hive says, Tribe got a warped view of Black Americans. Where are you getting your examples from? Well, brother, you can call into the show, which I know you probably won't do. But to say that I have a warped view of Black Americans is very sad because I elaborated very well. But what do we call people like Caesar Blue Hive, y'all? What do we call them? Dusty Cretan creatures. See, these dusty Cretan creatures, man, they come into the chat, they come into the live streams to wreak havoc, try to push us off of our goal by saying completely foolish, ludicrous things without having any proof of it. I said they can call in, and guess what they never typically do? Call in, because they're cowards. And this is how it goes. Petty panini peasants, like Caesar Blue Hive, you know, it's unfortunate. They'll never get anywhere in life. They just need attention. And when you live off of attention, we know how that goes. Constantly seeking validation, causing turmoil. It means you're not putting enough effort into your own life. So you're trying to wreak havoc on others. It's very sad, actually. It's very sad. Petty panini peasant just says something out their mouth inside the comments to get attention. Well, congrats, brother. You got the attention that you wanted. I hope you're happy. All right. We go on to Black Americans is not lazy. They just know what their worth is. It's the white who is lack, but the flip it on the black, LOL. Yeah, they do try to flip a lot of things on Black Americans, acting like Black Americans aren't the ones who literally built the entire country. Is kind of crazy. Real Life Demon says FBA. Shout out to the anime reference. I can't say the word, but shout out to the anime reference in his profile picture. Shin Mir Ah says some state governments of the U.S. are already saying blacks are not descendants from the slave trade, so your wishes are coming true as a FBA. I feel it won't add confidence to a black man image. Some black people are not from slavery. Some black people are already here in America. I mean, that's a very wide known fact. It doesn't take rocket science to know Native Americans were black. Native Americans were brown skinned. So it wouldn't be surprising to know that a lot of, we consider Black Americans came from Native Americans. So, regardless of how it goes, I'm speaking on behalf of the melanated class of the world. I'm speaking on the melanated class of the world. So that means whether you're African, whether you're Black American, whether you are, claiming to be Native, whether you are Brazilian, we come in all of the continents on this planet. You would be surprised to see us in Asia. You would be surprised to see what looks like Asians in South Africa, but it's a certain tribe that you can tell that this is where Asians came from. They won't admit this, but this is where they came from. It's clear as day. It's like a whole tribe in South Africa with squinty eyes, light skin. It's like, bruh, they literally look like Asians before they do the skin bleaching. So that's to keep it at that. But yeah, guys, we have to get on to the next topic now. Okay. So thank you for the petty panini peasants and the dusty Cretan creatures for giving their useless commentary inside of my chat. Shout out to all the real brothers that came in, that demonstrated themselves well as a melanated brother. And yeah, let's get on to the next topic. Just to recap real quick for everybody that's new here. Today, we're talking about the 5 reasons that you will hate Africa. The first one we talked about was the infatuation and the love of the American movements, traditions, and media. And the problem with having this obsession with them is that sometimes when you do that, you push down your own traditions and your own culture. For instance, there's no reason there should be a white Jesus inside of Africa, because the actual Jesus was apparently burnt copper colored. This is actually in the Bible, apparently. So, there's no reason that should be all over the churches and the buses and the billboards, but it's there. Also, unfortunately, we've come to a point now where a lot of Africans, they don't even know about ancient Kemet or Egyptology. And that's really unfortunate because, that apparently was the original religion, and I won't say apparently, it actually was the original religion. Before they had Jesus Christ, they had the Egyptology, and they had the Ankh, which when you look at it, and it's a direct comparison of what we have now in modern religion called the Christ, the Jesus piece, the Jesus cross, So it's unfortunate that you see a lot of Africans, they don't even know about ancient Egyptology or ancient African culture because it's becoming saturated over time, But I will tell you guys this, at the same time as we see that African culture is becoming saturated and, we're seeing that, slowly African culture is kind of, being a bit lackadaisical on that end. We do see America is also becoming, they're losing their culture and traditions as well. If anybody agrees that they have them, because we see that they're actually they focused on the wrong party so much that now they're being pushed out of their own country. They're about to become the second population inside of this country. The second largest population in America will be the Caucasian. So it's unfortunate how much effort they put into the Black society, but as we can see, this is how life works. This is how life works, and I'm happy for the Hispanics. I will say I'm very happy for them. I'm not gonna lie. I'm happy to see the Hispanics become the high majority of America. What? I'm happy. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I'm happy because the level of obsession that some of these other races had with the Black society is crazy to me. The Hispanics, if anything, I'm from LA. You got parts of LA where you shouldn't go because there's a lot of issues, but at the heart of LA, Blacks and Hispanics, we won. You know, at the heart of it, at the heart of it, at the heart of it. But you got to be in LA to really know how that works. You got to be in LA to know how it works. It's a respect kind of thing. But man, I'm telling you, hey, we just gonna leave it at that. But shout out to the Hispanics, man. I'm happy that they did what they had to do. They definitely strategized to get their way on top. So I'm just trying to see my Black brothers and sisters like that too. But we gonna keep it at that. The next most important thing on the ticket, the second reason that a lot of you will hate Africa is because there is a lot of demonic and corrupt what are called leaders inside of the continent. Okay. And a lot of African countries, they all have this. All right, y'all? They all have this. So if you think to yourself, oh, it's not going to be all of the African countries. No, it's kind of going to be all. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, it's kind of going to be all of them. Yeah, I know it. It sucks, doesn't it? I know. You're probably thinking to yourself, wow, that sucks. Yeah, I know it does suck, right? Now, I want you guys to understand something. The corruption inside of Africa is different from what you've ever seen in your life. By the way, all these videos will be on Patreon. If you guys are ever looking for my long live stream videos, they're all on Patreon. To see the whole entire live streams and all the videos and stuff is always on Patreon. But oh shit, did my thing freeze? Oh hell no, am I talking to myself? Hey, can y'all hear me? Oh shit, I think my thing froze. I'm spitting too much fire and my shit froze. Oh, damn. Hold on, y'all. We having technical difficulties. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, man. I know the audio is probably good, but we dealing with some technical difficulties because my screen isn't letting me switch frames. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Damn. Well, we just need to talk about demonic and corrupt people right now, okay? Just let me know that y'all can still hear me. I'm gonna figure out what's going on with the screens after a minute. But y'all should understand, man, in Africa, a lot of these countries have demonic and corrupt leaders, man. I hate to say this, but it's so real. And sometimes I can see how they sold their own people into slavery. I can see it. It all makes sense. It all makes sense how us Black Americans even got to America. A lot of people, you might not want to admit that you were sold into slavery, but that's where your lineage most likely had come from. Doesn't mean that there wasn't Black people already here in America. It just means that, hey, so I'm going to tell y'all like this, man. The level of corruption inside of Africa is just evil. Like, you think America is evil, they at least let you take from their waste. Africa, you'd be lucky to even get a smidget of the napkin. What do I mean by this? I have a theory in Africa, right? It's called the toilet bowl theory. I believe that most of us in the US, in America, we're here and we will never be able to sit at the table with the rich elites. That's a fact, right? That's a fact. Most of us will never get to that point. You have the outliers that will break through whatever they have to do to get there, but most people aren't willing to do what some would say needs to be done to sit at that table, right? So most people remain comfortable in America with their regular lives, with their regular income. But then you have the African society, where in a lot of African countries I've seen, they don't even get to eat at the table. Now, let me go about the toilet bowl theory. This is basically where we have the rich elites in America, right? The rich elites in America, we can, at least when the rich elites, they eat at the table and they eat their food, at least we know at some point they're going to have to go to the bathroom and let it out, right? They're going to have to release. Now, luckily, us normal people, us regular folks, we going to get to have the releasings, the remainings from the rich elites inside of America, right? We gonna get to, chew on what some would call financial waste, right? What comes out of them. They eat everything, and we can eat what comes out of them, right? That's how it works. But then you have some people that don't even get to eat what's inside of the toilet. Some people are unfortunately cursed inside of these African countries where their elites eat at the damn table, buy all these damn Mercedes Benzes, buy all this nice ish, and they only get to eat what's inside of the sewer. That's what's going on in Africa, y'all. Africa has a lot of damn money. Don't let people fool y'all and say, oh, Africa doesn't have money. No, no, no. They have lots of money, lots of it, lots of resources, etc. But that's because the corrupt white people are stealing from the African public. That's not effing true. It's true partially, but it's not the full piece of the pie. The real issue with Africa is that the elites inside of Africa, the rich people inside of Africa, do not care about their own people to even let them take from the waste. We must be grateful of these American elites. These mother effers let us take from the damn waste what's in the toilet, what comes after they eat at the rich people table. The Africans, they don't even get to eat from the waste inside of the toilet. They have to eat from what's inside of the sewer because their governments are so corrupt and evil. They have the money. You know what? There's no way I can be a government official driving 10 different Mercedes Benzes, having 10 different properties around my African country, and have my people starving, living inside of these damn shanty towns, having the youth go into schools where they can't even have real textbooks or a real place to sit. There's no way that I can live like that, because what I would know as a human that cares about my people is that all I need is one Mercedes Benz to fix all of the problems inside of this country when it comes to the school. And another Mercedes can fix all of the issues when it comes to the school lunches. There's no way as a government official I can just look at my people and say, man, well, y'all just gonna have to starve. And I'm not gonna help y'all out either. But you know what I will help myself to is a new Mercedes Benz. Thank you. S-Class, please. That's evil, man. It's evil. I think I'm going to do a G-Wagon on Saturday. It's like, it's evil. It's evil. They just keep buying Mercedes, and you think to yourself like, damn, one of these Mercedes Benzes could fix all the schools in your country inside of Africa. I know Africa's a continent. I'm talking about a specific African country, right? For the specific African country in this example, and there's many African countries that are like this, you think to yourself, it only takes one goddamn Mercedes Benz. You get one of those stupid damn G-Wagons. Let's look up real quick how much a G-Wagon costs, y'all. Hold on. I'm going to give y'all the information. Hold on. We're going to do this. G-Wagon price. One G-Wagon, the 550 is going for $150,000. Do you know how easy it would be to get that damn stupid Mercedes Benz that this government official bought and go ahead and take that and sell it for its parts and all that stuff and give some damn real school textbooks for the youth, give some damn rice and beans for them so they don't got to eat just random things that they find outside? Like, It's like, damn, man, can y'all share anything? Now, I'm not saying all the African schools are broke and all the youth are dusty and stuff, but I'm just like, damn, the African elites, they don't give nothing to their people, man. Nothing. They won't give nothing because they're greedy and evil. And we complain about America all the time, but it wasn't until I went to Africa, it wasn't until I went around the world, but specifically Africa, and I said, damn, this level of greed is beyond what I thought was possible. To give somebody like a Jeep to buy 5 different damn G-Wagons, and then they travel too, y'all. These elites, they be traveling different countries. So you know if they're gonna have 5 Mercedes-Benzes inside of this country, they're gonna have to buy 10 Mercedes-Benz in the other country too, right? You know that's how they gotta work, right? Because they so greedy and evil and corrupt. So that's what's going on, man. That's what's going on. It's evil and demonic, you know. So guys, right now, what yo, testing. Damn, y'all. That's what happens when he's spitting. I don't know if y'all can still hear me, but unfortunately, it, it looks like this where we're gonna have to call it an end, man. Because for whatever reason, it's not letting me tap my screen and I can't go on to my other topics. I can say it, but I can't show the screen. I got pictures and videos and stuff. I need to show my screen for what's the topic, and it's not letting me touch the topics. It's letting me mute, but it's not letting me. Damn, man. Because I got 3 more for y'all. Now I hate to hold on. Let me figure this out, y'all. Hold on. We having a slight technical error. Hold on. Let me figure this out, y'all. Let me figure this out real quick. Let me know if y'all can see the screen right now. Can y'all see that on the screen? Did y'all see the screen just flip? If y'all seen it flip, we can keep going. Damn, my bad, y'all. Oopsie. Look like we going through it, huh? Must be them damn rich African elites, huh? Trying to F me up. All right, shout out to Shin Mir Ah. Shout out to this brother. He says, yeah, we can see it. Okay, shout out to you, brother. I appreciate that. Emmanuel Arthur. So, okay, guys, it looks like we're going to be good to keep going on YouTube. I thought I was going to have to say, okay, just let it all go to the Patreon, but it looks like we're going to be good to still keep it on YouTube. And that, I'm happy this streaming network understands that sometimes the stream might cut out and, you know, the person that's recording might have to come back into the studio. So I'm happy that it just showed me that, because I thought we were screwed, man. I thought the whole video just cut off, all this stuff. Y'all know I'm new to this streaming stuff, but we having such a great discussion. But these damn rich African elites, they like, damn, why you telling them we make them eat out the sewer? Why you telling them that? Why you telling them American elites is better than African elites? Yeah, because American elites, at least they be sharing a little bit of the wealth. God damn. Like, I mean, they give us at least a 0.000000001% of their wealth. These African elites will leave you with nothing. They'll have you starve. They don't care about you. Now, this is what's going on, right? We have another demonic entity that has decided to comment on the video and show hate, right? This person's name is Emmanuel Arthur. Sounds made up, but we're just going to run with it. This is what I call a petty panini peasant. Now, instead of looking at the grand issue of what I'm talking about inside these African countries, this person leaves such an irrelevant comment that I didn't even read through it, but I can already tell from the first 5 words, that this person's in their feelings. Emmanuel Arthur says, call. The dude doesn't even use proper English. He says, call. What he means, can you call the names of those countries you're talking about instead of generalizing the continent, a continent made of 57 countries? Because where I was born, we've never seen what you're saying. Petty Panini Peasant Emmanuel Arthur, I need you to call into the show right now. I need you to bring your demonic eye and call onto this show and call into this shit right now. I need you to call the show right now, Petty Panini Peasant. See, this is the thing about these petty Panini Peasants, guys. They find foolish things to talk about, ignore everything we're talking about, and go straight to something completely irrelevant. Like, we about to get into this. We about to get into this, though. We about to get into this. If you're not a coward, I'm going to send you an invite, and you can call the show, okay? Here we go right here. And don't run, because this is what they all do. Petty Panini Peasants come inside the chat, they come in with the comments, and then they run off and leave, like their father did when they made them a bastard. So inside of the chat, we have the link. Petty Panini Peasant Emmanuel Arthur, I need you to call that link, click that link so I can bring you in and you can embarrass yourself. I mean, you can prove your point that you have made. We're going to give you 1 minute to call into the show. Okay? We cannot do the Petty Panini Peasants because we just finished dealing with the dusty Cretan creatures just a few seconds ago. All right? It's too much dust. All right? It's too much dust. All right? So we're going to give you 1 minute, Petty Panini Peasant Emmanuel Arthur, to call into the show so we can talk about what you just said. Let's give him 1 minute, guys. This is Jeopardy. Hey, bro, we not about to wait all day for you, Emmanuel. You're a grown man being petty, and I can't even say the word, but you being a petty buffoon. We need you to call into the show and prove that you are a man. Because right now, what you sound like is an AI robot that was sent here to disrupt our healthy, intelligent conversation amongst great melanated beings. You sound like you're not even a real human for real. So we need proof. We need you to call in and give proof. All right? We're going to give you a few more seconds to call in and talk about how what I'm saying is cap, how I'm generalizing the whole continent, et cetera, all right? We got 30 seconds for you, brother. 30 seconds. We waiting for him, y'all. Come on. Come on, bro. We rooting for you. Don't embarrass yourself on here, brother. Come on, man. Don't embarrass yourself. You had a lot to say. Say it to my face, man to man. And really, we not, and you got to be, see, guys, we have to be careful of people like this, because if this person can't even come onto a live stream and prove their point, then we know in real life, this may not even be a real human. How can you as a man come to me and have an issue with what I'm saying, but you won't even say something to my face over the internet? This is horrifying. And see, these are the type of bugs and petty panini creatures, roaches, dusty Cretan creatures that go to Africa unhealed, or travel and go to different countries, or they're ready to finally find their wife, and they haven't done any self-work, and a woman does not respect them. And they're questioning, why does my woman respect me? Well, you didn't put in any self-work. You're a dusty Cretan creature, and we can all see it. We're waiting for you to call in and you are not calling in. Sad. Sad and pathetic, man. Wow. I would hate to be you, brother. I would hate to be you. All right, y'all. Well, now that the petty panini peasant didn't call in, we have to go into our next topic. I'm really happy that the stream is still up and running. As I said, these will usually be on Patreon. Now, the next reason that you will hate Africa is because of this. It's because of this. What the hell is this? Now, guys, Africa is a beautiful continent, right? Every single country I went to in Africa, which is a lot, they all have these beautiful big cities, right? But then there's certain parts of Africa and you're thinking to yourself, why do you have this nice city right here, but all these other cities look like this? Now, of course, you have some cities that look really nice, right? But they still need some infrastructural work. But why is some of the infrastructure so messed up? This is another way that the corruption happens, because what these corrupt leaders do is they mismanage the funds they're receiving from the taxpayers, and it doesn't go back into the people. Can you guys imagine if America did this to us? We wouldn't even be paying taxes no more. Like imagine going to a restaurant, they talking about, oh, you got to pay a tax. A tax for? Oh, you have to pay for your ID for? Why am I paying for this if you're not doing anything? The roads are messed up. I'm going to tell you guys the truth, guys. I'm going to tell you guys the truth. And as you guys know, I'm raw and real on this channel. This isn't to offend any Africans, but it does need to be said. As we know, I'm pro-Africa, and I'm also pro-Black American. But overall, I'm pro-rawness and pro-realness. What do I mean by raw and real? It means by living a very raw lifestyle, as close to organic and as close to your biology as you're supposed to be living. And real, meaning that I can see things from both points of views, and I can accept the real and raw truth of the world. Okay. And sometimes the real truth is very hard to swallow, but at the end of the day, it is the truth. It is the truth. It's like a Popeye's biscuit. It tastes good, but you know it's going to be hard to swallow. Pause. But you still got to take it. Pause. All right. Anyways, the truth is that I'll say that most African countries I've been to, and this isn't all, right? But most African countries I've been to, they have nice big cities with beautiful skylines and just nice skyscraper buildings and stuff. And it's like, I'll say that those kind of cities are like maybe 20% of their country. Then you have another portion of their country that like kind of looks like the projects, but then they also have some nice buildings mixed up inside of it. That makes up maybe, I'd say 30%, right? 30%. But then for an overwhelming majority, the 50%, which, you know, I'll say 51%. I know we out of percentages, huh? I know we already said 20%, you know, and then 30%. Okay. But 50% of the country remaining looks like this. It's crazy. Now, like I said, this isn't all African countries, but it's a lot of them. It's a lot of them. I think to myself, how can you let people live like this? And you know what, guys? My heart really goes out to African people because, man, I'm not going to lie to you. If my government did me like this, boy, I mean, wow. I mean, what the hell is this? Do we deserve to live like this as humans? You telling me right now, I'm going to be real with you guys. Let me tell you guys what you can get with one G-Wagon. You sell that G-Wagon back, you can take this whole little town right here, break all this shit down, let the people inside of the places help out, get a whole bunch of bricks, make a huge building. It doesn't have to be multi-layer building, right? Like multiple floors. Just a huge one-story building and have everybody live inside of there, separated with like little wooden doors and stuff, and give people a more decent way of living. This is ridiculous. Like they just throw their trash there. There's offspring that are living in here. There's young people living in here. But even more than that, there's people that never got a chance to live a life that's worth living. And they, unfortunately, since their government is so evil, they also have to live in these places. It's not right. It's not right. So that's the third thing that's going to throw you guys off about Africa when you guys go there. You guys are going to see this in a lot of continents and a lot of different countries. But I've seen this a lot in Africa. It's just ridiculous, bro. It's 2025, man. How can any government official have 10 Mercedes-Benzes and 10 properties and 5 escorts that they chill with and have for their doings and their people live like this? It sounds to me, this is what it sounds to me, guys. This is what Africa sounds to me. Let me tell you guys this. It sounds to me that at this point, this person that you guys call your government official that's letting you guys live like this, it sounds like you guys may call him your people, but it doesn't seem like he views you as his people. Therefore, the only thing that you can do with somebody that hoards all the wealth is the only thing that you can do. And I'll leave it at that. See, that was a tongue twister right there, and only the ones with high IQs will understand. But the only thing that you can do is what you can do. Because if somebody doesn't view you as their people, but yet you're paying a government or paying a tax, or, you know, they're giving you a horrible way of life, and you're thinking to yourself, well, this person is, you know, there are people. Yet the invaders didn't even do y'all this bad. I mean, goddamn, it's 2025. It takes one Mercedes G-Wagon to fix this whole little hellhole right here. One. Yet they won't even do that for you. And I'll leave that at that. Next on the list, for the 5 reasons that you will not like Africa: tribalism, FBA, and scammers. These are the most hated in Africa. These are the most hated. Now, I know some of you guys, right? You're probably thinking, rightfully so, rightfully so. It makes sense, right? Somebody that's scamming and doing this stuff like that, it's messed up, it's evil. But you have to remember, you're a product of your environment. I'll leave that one to that. But you think to yourself, something that really gets to me is when I was traveling around Africa, right? The hatred that they have for Nigerians in many of these African countries is so disgusting. I mean, I'm like, is every Nigerian a scammer? Oh my goodness. Like, is every single Nigerian guy a scammer and cheater? Like, on one end, the dudes are constantly complaining to me, telling me, oh, Nigerians are all scammers. Nigerians are all scammers. Then I have to listen to the women in these African countries telling me Nigerians are all cheaters. All the Nigerian men are cheaters. It's like, oh my goodness, who hurt you? Who hurt you? Breathe. Relax. Who hurt you people? Like, I mean, to say everybody is like this in one country is so messed up. Because I know my Nigerian brothers, unfortunately, is out there scamming. I know this for a fact. There is a lot of Nigerian scammers. But have you guys ever really been to Nigeria and seen the great Nigerian people? To see what they've done in their communities, to see how they bring up the revolutions against certain corrupt things that are happening inside of their societies. Have you guys ever seen the anti-corruption Nigerians? I've seen them. I've seen the work they put in, and a lot of them are young. and they're putting in a lot of work, and you just think to yourself, it's not all Nigerians that are like this. Then the unfortunate cause too, you have other people as well that say that tribalism, they don't like certain people based off of their tribes. Oh yeah, these people are known for this. Are we serious? Like, we're all black. And it's like they're known for this, but is this person that? This is why I haven't posted for such a long time, because I really had to wake up and really learn, relearn, unlearn, and gain some knowledge. But we were raised that the white man is the devil, right? Yet when I see a lot of these white people as I travel around the world, they're very welcoming to me. They're inviting, they're respectful. And in some cases, they put me onto some real money. How can I look at people like this and say, damn, you're a white devil just because all of them are like this? That's crazy. So to see that the Africans have took this under their wing, took this disgusting ideology and took it under their wing. Oh, I don't like this person based off of their tribe. Like when I was in Kenya, a lot of the Kenyan women and dudes would tell me, oh, watch out for the Kikuyu women. Kikuyu women, they're gold diggers. They're the ones that are the most, for the streets, all this stuff. Man, I met some good Kikuyu women though. So I'm thinking to myself in the back of my mind, I'm like, damn, so you telling me she a gold digger? Oh man, she for the streets? Damn. So you telling me so she a Kikuyu, but she for the streets. Ah, damn. Okay. Sometimes you can see it on them, right? Sometimes you can see it like, okay, she out here in the club every night. It doesn't sound like a win for me. So you think to yourself, okay, fine. This Kikuyu woman, this one, seems like, yes, she might be for the streets, right? But then you see other Kikuyu women and you're like, what? She's a nice woman, man. She's a nice woman. How can we say that they're all, messed up and they're all like this and that? That's so messed up. Not all Kikuyu women are for the streets and not all of them are this and that. Right? Dan says whites are tribal too. You know the good thing about white people though? This is one thing I like about white people. It's white first. Whatever way that you may feel that they're tribalist to each other and they might not like each other and trailer park this and that, I'll tell you who they're not going to take above a trailer park kind of white person. You. That's what I like about them. They want to be at top by any means. I like that. I can respect it. But you know what I can respect even more than that? Is just people that view people as who they are and not based on where they come from or what this person that was their father or their mother is known for. I like people like that. Those are the white people I really respect the most. Ones that don't judge people based on their background or the environment they were raised in. Ones that actually give you a chance at a job and say, you know what, let me hire you, man. I think you could be a good person to work, to work for me. All this stuff like that, I can appreciate those kind of white people, man. I can appreciate them. They're the best of the world. Seriously. And I'll say this as well as the Africans and Black people as well, that when they view somebody, they don't judge somebody based off of, their history, excuse me, not their history, but based off of where they come from or their environment. They base them based off of themselves. Now, if your history is like, if you've been, doing some crazy stuff in your past, yeah, that can be a good dictation to understand how your future is going to be, right? This is science. This is numbers at this point. But when it comes to somebody being judged based on their environment or just because they're raised up in the hood or they have a certain kind of vernacular, but at the same time, they're a great worker, but you're not going to hire them because of vernacular, that's not right. It's not right. Okay? So yeah, what the hell? And also, most hated. All right? This is where we really at. Most hated in Africa. All right? Y'all see what I try to do there, right? I tried to act like I didn't just click on the wrong frame. Oopsie. All right. So, guys, the last one on this list right here is for the most hated in Africa, I'd say is the FBA hate. Now, this is online, right? This is mainly online for these online internet trolls and stuff. I don't think any of these people are real, all this stuff like that. As we can see, none of them called in today. They're just talking the talk. And I really don't believe they're even real humans, you know. And even if they were in front of my face, I would have to think, is this a hologram? Like, should I really like punch you in your face? Because if I do, will I go through you? Because you're not real. Like, I just can't tell anymore because I know that the powers that be have this extreme lustful agenda for making us black people at odds with each other. So I'm constantly thinking, are you really real? I don't know. You didn't call in. That's a little bit odd. I mean, it is only online. You know, you can't even face me online. What the? That's kind of weird. No. I just feel like if I call them on the phone, or if one of them call me right now on the live stream, I feel like they'll be like, I just feel like you black Americans, the reason, the reason, the reason, the reason, and they're glitching out. And I just feel like that's why they can't call. I'm serious too. I really believe this. The FBA hate online, I feel like is so forced. Like it's just kind of dumb, because you think to yourself, how can Africans not be happy to see black Americans that are pushing towards something that's important to them? We have to remember that the black Americans, for the majority that are in America, they were forced here and they had the worst happen to them. And we have to keep in mind that all the trauma and everything and the beatings that's happened to black Americans, still they fought through, and now they're pushing for reparations. How can we be mad at that? And you think to yourself, if you're an African person that's mad at a foundational black American, well, you're a part of the problem and you're no better than an oppressor. Because in reality, black people getting reparations benefits Africa as much as it benefits black Americans. If you guys want to know what happens once black Americans get reparations, 1/5 of the black Americans immediately are going to leave America, because most black Americans understand that once that happens, of course, there's going to be a lot of scrutiny. There's going to be a lot of other races that are going to have some jealousy towards black Americans, and they already hate us now. They're going to really want us out then. You know, there's going to be um, a whole civil war. Like, it's a lot of stuff's going to pop off. And truthfully, the next place that black Americans would think to go is, well, of course, Africa. They just wouldn't know where, right? A lot of them will go to Ghana. They'll go to different countries. I won't mention too much on this public platform, right? But a lot of them will move around and they'll go to these different countries. And this, let's say a black American gets, let's say, and this wouldn't even be a good amount, but just to give the basics, let's just say they get 200,000 USD, right? For one black American. They get this money. Foundational Black American gets the 200,000. They go to this African country. Immediately, your country will start booming overnight. This is a fact. This is not a theory. This is not a hypothesis. This is a fact. 100% fact. Your country will immediately start booming, because having this many black Americans going to Africa, and you're lucky as an African that black Americans still, for some of them, look at Africans as still their own people. For instance, all the black people that are going to Africa now without reparations, but that are getting uh, finessed by the African governments or the African people, even after all that, these black Americans will still consider you a brother or sister, even though that they're having a whole bunch of corruption. They're trying to do right inside of that country. They still view you as a brother and sister. So a lot of these black Americans, they're generous with money too. They look at the youth, they look at the men and the women, and they say, these are our people. Let's share the bread. Let's share the wealth. But unfortunately, what happens right now, a lot of them become extremely greedy, and then they start doing weird things, trying to ask for more money. It just gets really tricky, right? But the fact of the matter is, 200,000 in a foundational black American's pockets, and he goes to Africa with that money, he can do a lot. She can do a lot. Imagine that one person brings their whole family to that African country. Do you know overnight it would be millions and millions of dollars circulating through Africa? Because most likely, since Black Americans are already so fully integrated with each other when it comes to support Black businesses, Black first movements, all these kind of movements and stuff, they're already going to be wanting to shop Black, especially if they're foundational Black Americans that really understand what's going on. They're really going to want to do that. So there's a lot of benefits in it for the African people, seriously, guys. So for anybody that's having these issues where, oh, Black Americans, you guys are just dumb, you know, you were an African person, we're going to talk smack about you. It's kind of like, how can you even say that? How can you not be happy for people that your people, not you specifically as an African person, but your people in history threw these Black Americans to slave ships, brought them over to America for inhumane treatment, the worst possible thing. Like, imagine the worst possible thing that can happen to your African mother as an African man. If you're an African man listening, think about the worst thing that can happen to your African mother. Now, times that by 10, then times that by 100. That's what happened to Black American women and men inside of America. So, for them to actually be doing better now, and you're saying, oh, you know, F you guys, F you guys. Well, that kind of sounds like either you're jealous or you might have some type of instability amongst yourself. This is serious. Because how can you be mad at somebody that got out? I would be happy if an African person, like right now, what's going on inside of certain parts of African countries, I'm happy. I'm happy seeing African people fight against their oppressors, and the oppressors aren't always white people. I'm happy seeing them going up against corrupt leaders. I'm happy for them, and I can only encourage them to do better. Who knows how much money I've donated over the years to seeing the African brothers and sisters pushing their goals? Who knows? But you should know that I'm happy to see this. So if you're not happy to see Black Americans fighting the right cause, then maybe you are one of the oppressors and you should be treated as such. Like I told all of you brothers and sisters listening, it's not always just white people. That's what I had to make terms with. We are in a new day and age where now we're looking for team intelligence, people that can use a non-manipulated brain to view others, right? It's basically, right, you have an intelligent person, you have to be that to be team intelligence, but you also need to see from two different sides of the story. This is signs that you actually are, you know, pretty bright or you're pretty intelligent. You have to see the plight of a Black man, and then you have to also see, you know, why what this person is doing might not seem correct. But you have to be able to view both sides. And there's white people that can do this. This is why I say to myself, I'm like, you know what? The fact that there's some white people that actually push for Black people to get reparations because they say that this is the only right way, we've done inhumane things to them. I say to myself, these people are actual humans. I can't call this person a white devil. Look at how human they are. This has nothing to do with the devil. But you know who I could call a devil is you, the African man that says that a Black man shouldn't fight hard for reparations, given that this is money that was legitimately owed to Black Americans. And you don't encourage that? Well, I'd say that you are the devil yourself as an African man or woman. So I think I've said enough on this topic. We have to go into the next part of our video. I see somebody named Washida Shahid. There are 54 nations on the continent of Africa. Africa is 11 times the size of the United States. The population of Africa is 1.3 billion people. It is therefore impossible to generalize about. Yikes. So, guys, damn. And unfortunately, right, I wasn't able to create a petty panini peasant for the women, but guys, right here, we have a dusty Cretan creature. Okay. Now, Wahida, her name even sound like some type of like creature kind of sound like Wahida Shanita. Like what that type of what? Man, listen. Dusty Cretan creature. I'm going to drop the link for the call-in of the video for you to call in. I'm hoping that you have more balls than the other guy. but we'll see. Are you a woman or a man? What is this? A potato? I can't see what you are, sir, ma'am. So I'm gonna call you sir, ma'am, for now, just because I'm not able to tell. Uh, what the heck? What is this? Anyways, yeah, let me drop the link so you can call in with Sheeta Bonita, and we're gonna get to you. So yeah, go ahead and drop this in here. Boom. Now I'm expecting you to call in, okay? I'm expecting you to call in with that. Don't be scared, I don't bite, but we do need to talk about what you just said. There are 54 nations on the continent of Africa. Africa is 11 times the size of the United States. I don't even know why they're saying all this. The population of Africa is about 1.3 billion people. It is therefore impossible to generalize about. Okay. I'm happy you said this. I really am. See, the next steps is just to call into the show, okay? Ratch says still getting played used American women. Okay, so is that an American woman, I'm guessing? Pan-Africanism is one-sided, says Ratch. Rach, that's the name, Rach. Let me see. The men use women. Oh shoot, I can't put that up on the screen. Single women going Africa thinking they're gonna agar feminist rights. They will learn there's no feminism in Africa. Oh man, yeah, they will learn that, Rach. You're right about that. Because man, when it comes to femininity, the African women are up there. Let me see. Shin Mir Ah says, looks like FBA does mesh well with Africa's present day academics. Many have did studies in the West, though. True. Dan says, okay, another dusty Cretan creature. And I'm allowing you guys to call up, but for some reason, this is how cowards work. They just never call up. Like, bro, no need to throw insults, Dan says. Can't expect everyone to agree with you. Now, am I insulting these people if this is what they are? I truly believe that these people that are saying this stuff are not real humans. I believe that they're dusty Cretan creatures or they're dirty paninis. Like, wait, what was the other one? They're dirty, they're dirty, petty panini peasants. This is how I really feel about them. They comment things just like yourself. Give me attention, give me attention. You get the attention. I say, call into the show. You guys don't call in. So yeah, I have to call you guys what you are. You're an attention-seeking demon. Because your mom, I don't know if she didn't play with you enough when you were a kid, or, I don't know. Like, I don't know if you're lacking a father, or I don't know what's happening. But one thing I do know is that you're a dusty Cretan creature. Please give me money. I just know that's you. You're in your feelings for no reason. We're talking about pushing successful melanin relationships, and here you fools are on my channel talking about, oh, you can't expect everyone to agree with you. Oh, you can't expect this, and this mean to say because you're generalizing Africa. Are you dumb? Do you know that most African countries are damn near exactly the same? How do you know? Like, I don't know if you guys just haven't been to Africa. That's the problem. I've been all around Africa. That's the difference. A lot of the people in Africa are very, very, very similar. A lot of countries are very, very, very similar. Very. The only country in Africa I would say is like damn near night and day is like South Africa. South Africa is like, it feels like you're damn near in America. Seriously. They've done a lot in South Africa. Seriously. But most of these African countries, you can generalize them. It doesn't mean that generalizing doesn't even mean it's a fact about each country. It just means that to simplify your case study, you, instead of specifically saying each and every single country, because we don't have all year to talk, you kind of generalize it to, okay, this is the basics of what's going on. For anybody that doesn't know how generalizations work, it just means this is a decent sized case study of what's happening, right? So Gustav oh gosh. AI pimp name white mother-in-law FBA is okay. Would you like to call in? I don't even know if you want to call in, I guess. I don't even okay. Jeez Louise. Dan says, I didn't disagree with what you said. Relax. I was just saying no need for listen, Dan, it's not about you disagreeing or agreeing. Just call in. That's what we're asking. You keep texting like a little biot. I just need you to call in. That's what I'm asking for. This is a very simple task. Just call in. Look. This dude, man, Dan, you are such a petty loser, brother. It's like it's sad too because you're thinking to yourself, what is wrong with you? Call into the show. Why are you texting me? I hate dudes that text like, oh, I'm gonna tell you guys something. I don't think I can't say this. I can't say this shit. I can't say this shit. This has to go for my Patreon supporters. Patreon.com/travel tribe raw. Patreon.com/travel tribe raw. I don't know if I can tell you guys this story though. It was a bad situation, guys. It was a bad situation. And you guys are gonna be like, man, you shouldn't do stuff like that. It had to be done. Just off manhood, it had to be done. It had to be done. There was this dude that was texting and just texting me all this stuff. And I did something kind of ghetto to this brother because it had to be done. Like the stuff he was saying was just so bold. And sometimes you just gotta stand on principle, man. Sometimes some people gotta have it, man. Some people gotta have it. Some people gotta have it. Sometimes you have to do people bad. Sometimes that's just how it comes down to, you know. It's sad, Dan. Call in, brother. It's like, I mean, how can you live with yourself, man? You're a grown man commenting. Like you're saying negative things, but you can't back it up on an actual call. Call in. Call in. It's like stop self-projecting your look. He comes back and look at him using these feminine emojis too. Isn't that sad, guys? While I'm living a great life traveling all around the world, we have this guy named Dan. And it's just like, what? Dan? Like, is that your whole name? Like, just Dan? Hi, I'm Dan. Like, what? It's kind of sad because you know that this person, they're talking about projecting childhood because they have both parents, but how much could your parents have really loved you? I mean, they gave you a 3-letter name. Your name is Dan, bud. Like, they didn't put any thought into your life, into your name. And this just shows why now, I don't know how old you are, but you're here in the comments just texting away using feminine emojis. It's sad. But unfortunately, we've given you guys all, whether it comes to Rashida Bonita and Dan, the unplanned. We've given you guys about 5 minutes now to call it. There he goes again with the feminine emoji. It's crazy. He just keep going. He thinks it's a joke too. It's kind of disgusting, bro. I know you might laugh and you think this funny. It's kind of sad, brother. I'm not gonna lie. It's just a bit sad, because I'm thinking to myself, like, you know, I don't know if your parents might have gave you the R. Kelly treatment and that's why you're acting like this, but there's something off about you, bud. There's something off about you, I'm telling you. And if you're black, I definitely, or if you're any race, I definitely wish you peace in your life, man. I definitely wish you peace because you have some really odd issues, okay? You might need help. Dan, are you listening? Anyways. Well, guys, we've reached the 4th topic on the subject at hand. We talked about how certain American cultures and traditions need to just stay in America. We talked about these demonic and extremely corrupt African governments. We've talked about what the hell is going on in Africa, the infrastructure being poorly managed because the corrupt government is taking all the money and not giving their people anything. We've talked about the most hated people in Africa, which are the scammers, which is understandable, but we have to remember not all of them are scammers. The FBA, you have to think, how is an African person mad that a black man's trying to get reparations? And then the tribalism is just kind of like, are you just mad? Are you just trying to find something to be mad about? It's kind of like, why? That's like what women do. Like they just kind of find random things. I remember one day I was dealing with this one shorty, and the whole day she was just sad and upset. And I was like, what's wrong with you? Like, tell me what's going on. And she's like, no, no, it's nothing. It's just, I was like, it's just what? It's just nothing. Just, I had to ask her like that day at least 20 times. I don't really do stuff like this no more, but this is back in the day. And I asked her like 20 times the other day, what's wrong? Just tell me what's wrong. Just tell me what's wrong. And she was like, it's just because, I mean, you put the pillow that I usually lay on your side of the couch, and when we were watching a movie, and I just feel like you're forgetting about me. Like you just like it's like you just don't care about me. And I'm like, what the hell? So that's kind of how tribalism feels. It's kind of like it's forced. Like, I mean, if anything, you need to unify and come together in some ways. But, the truth about everything, guys, is that most people aren't going to come together in this life. This is a fact. This is a fact. But, and I know that this isn't going to ever happen, but I do look at things and I say to myself, you know what? Maybe we can't all come together, but maybe we can at least not talk ill about others, especially because this doesn't reflect the overwhelming majority of these people. For instance, with that one fool that went into an African country recently, he made us black men not look the best. Now we have a lot of these Africans talking about how black men are the problem, how they're the enemy. You think to yourself, well, and this is only online, by the way. My sources in Africa all love American people, but online, you have these fools that are not even real humans and they have their issues. But you know, let's not talk ill about one another, right? We're all trying to achieve greatness in our own way. And one thing I like about team intelligence, or just people that are on the side of, intelligence, they accept biology, they accept the past, and they understand history, and they say, you know what? We may have some differences, but I want to see you do well in life. And, I also want to see you do well in life. We have some differences, but we can still be strong if we all push to the same goal in a way, right? Now, we're not all going to agree on every single thing, but we don't have to talk ill about one another, right? So I'll just leave that one at that. It's just rather unfortunate. Now, the last topic on the reasons that you will not like Africa, okay? The last topic, since unfortunately we didn't have the goofies call in, so sad. I was really looking forward to it. But the last issue that we have is this: scamming and women selling it. Now, you can do what you will with that information. Women selling it. I won't say too much on this platform, but if you use your context clues, I know the smart people in here that aren't being petty panini panderers, I know that they'll understand what I'm saying, right? Now, the thing is this: we have an influx in Africa and all the countries I've been to. And this is why generalizing is important, because there's no way that you guys would sit through a 1 year video of me explaining every single thing I've seen in Africa, right? And go down specifically through each country. Now, if you guys were all willing to, maybe, pay $50,000, I can sit down for the entire year. I think we have a good percentage of people inside of the video right now that's watching. If all of you guys came together and put $50,000 each, I would actually sit in front of my camera for one entire year and just constantly talk about what's going on inside of Africa, breaking every single country down, each interaction, show every document, every single paperwork. But that's crazy, right? Because even me, if I'm a watcher, I'm not going to pay $50,000 to just watch and you just talk for one whole year straight. I have to go to work, I have to go to school, I have things to do. So this is why we generalize, right? This is why we generalize. Doesn't mean that everybody's inside of this category, what I'm about to say, but there is an influx of scammers and women selling it inside of Africa. And this is another reason you will not like Africa, okay? It's another reason you will not like Africa. Let me sit up a little bit for this one. Now, let's talk about scamming and women selling it in Africa, right? You can't even be that mad at them, because while not everyone does this in Africa, there is a saying, eat or be eaten. Now, unfortunately, since the government has stolen so much from the people inside these African countries, now you do realize that there is a nice percentage of African people that live really lavish lives. And this is without scamming, this is without the women selling it. They just live great lives because they work hard. Maybe they had some great connections. Maybe their parents actually planned them. And they knew that before having this offspring, I need to make sure this is a planned, you know, the legacy. I don't just jump into it like the American people. A lot of times, what they do, they just, and Africans, they do this as well. But, you know, they just, oh, I'm bored at home. I think I'm ready to get pregnant, the women say. And then the man says, I think this woman wants me to go all up in her. And then the dude just does the juice and turns into an offspring, and boom, there we have it. So we do have some actual planners in Africa that plan for everything, and they say, you know what, let's do things right. Let's get married first. Let's do the honeymoon. Let's then have our offspring after that, so we can build and conquer our legacy. But unfortunately, right, there's a lot of people that don't get this. Planned parents that make sure that their child has all the necessities and resources they need for a great life that's worth living. We also see that there's not a lot of people that can even get the certain opportunity that's offered after they go to school and they go to their college. So eat or be eaten is a saying that is said that if you're not going to find a way to live the life that you're supposed to be living, then others will. And others will do whatever they have to do to live that life that's worth living. Now, since Africans, for the overwhelming majority of them, to me, they're such good people. Because, I mean, personally, the way I see it, there's no way that if you take all the natural resources from the country, the government has all the money, yet they don't even need all that money because they're just buying Mercedes Benzes and buying 10 properties around their country. You think to yourself that, damn, this person is just being evil to be evil. Scientifically, all Africans should be scammers and all the women should be selling it. This is how the science would break it down, because you strip them from everything. And some would even wager a lot of times the only reason they've been so friendly is maybe because they have a God, maybe because they actually have morals. But the science behind pushing people to their limits is supposed to be all out chaos. But the African people are so grounded that they aren't like that. So what goes on is that we see that a lot of them, not all of them, not even the majority of Africans, but there is a nice pool of women and that are selling it, and a lot of men that are doing scamming. And this isn't just specifically in Nigeria. Now, I want you guys to think to yourself this: when your God and government forgets you, what do you do? I want you guys to answer this inside the comments, so you guys can call in right now. Okay? I want you guys to answer this in the comments, or I want you guys to call in right now. What would you do? Your God and your government has forgot you, has abandoned you, and has let you fend for yourself to find any way to make money. What do you do? Now, your government's not providing enough opportunities for you. Your God isn't paving a way for you. So what do? I'm curious to know. Let's look at the comments real quick. Gustav says, do not call in the house Negro pimp. Don't give a hoot about the incoming race war, paid chaos agent fraud. Tariq, he says, Tariq is a pimp, a divide and conquer chaos agent. And Pro Max, you didn't give a hoot about Black Americans. Okay, you guys can say what you want to say about these other folks, I guess. It doesn't really concern me. I mean, Tariq's done some good things in LA. I'll give him that. Shin Mir says, in those poor tin roof housing in Africa, do alcohol and tobacco companies advertise with big billboards or street corner signs? That's a really good question. You know what? They don't really advertise like that, but if you just walk down the street, there's going to be some wooden little store, and they're going to be selling like cigarettes and alcohol. So, it's like, they're still there. It's going to be some cheap alcohol too. Wow, this dude is obsessed with Tariq Nasheed. Jeez. He says in the comments, Tariq is a paid chaos agent, a divide and conquer. Wow, you said this already, bro. Do you want to call in and maybe express your concerns, or like what's going on here? I mean, it seems like nobody really wants to call in if they have strong stances, but let me see. Okay. Woman on the left looks like a child, a mommy. I guess FBA should bag them and go his way. Okay. So I see a few people are getting off the topic. The question to you guys is this. When your God and government forgets you, what do you do? We're trying to figure out, what do you guys expect from the men and women inside of Africa? Because a lot of them, they're not scamming and the women aren't selling it. But there is a nice portion of women and men that do this stuff. So I'm curious, what would you do? If your God and your government forgets you, what do you do? I'm curious. We're going to wait till the comments come in. We're not moving on till we hear. Hopefully from some Americans. What would you guys do? Or Europeans, what would you guys do? Because see, in America, we talk a lot of shit about this government. But one thing we can't say is that they don't give us at least the waste. They give us their waste. Like the toilet tissue they use to wipe themselves. They give us that at least. In Africa, their governments don't give them that. And God for sure isn't going to fix up this type of neighborhood, right? It's been years. Look at this. Look at how they're living. Now, of course, this isn't all African countries, but there's certain parts of every African country that I've been to that has these places. So what would you as an American man do to ensure your family has food, that you have clothes, that you can provide for yourself? Now, for a lot of people, this is a tough question, because you've never thought to yourself, well, damn, I mean, what would I do if I lived in such utter filth and if my government didn't have any kind of services or anything? Most of you people here would think, oh, I'll just go to a homeless shelter. I'll go to maybe, ask for, food stamps, Section 8. We have different programs that assist Americans when we're in need, right? But then you have these disgusting, corrupt African lunatic governments that they'll make sure you don't eat anything. They will have you starve with no resources for you, nothing at all. And guess what? You still need to pay these taxes. So what do? Most people don't even have the answer to that. So like I said, we can't exactly blame the men and women in these countries for doing what they're doing. The problem for me is a lot of times when we see African women selling it, you guys know what it means. When we see African women doing things that they probably not supposed to be doing, when we see them doing these things, a lot of times that money that they're making goes into their outfits. It goes into maybe they're, taking trips. They want to buy the actual name brand Gucci and Pradas, and they want to take trips and do all this stuff, buy all this makeup. But, a lot of times that money's not going back to their family. They give their family the bare minimum. A lot of times we see the men are scamming, but that money is not going back to their family or going back to take care of their offspring that they've had with multiple women in that African country, being irresponsible. It's not going back to them. See, so this is my biggest issue with scamming and women selling it, is that there's no actual goal. Where's the morality? It was once said, a Robin Hood, people didn't really get upset at that kind of person. Oh, he's scamming and she's doing bad stuff. But at the end of the day, she's doing it, he's doing it because they're putting on for their family. And now there is a few people that scam and do this stuff and sell themselves. They do it for, what some people will call the right reasons. Now, I'm not agreeing with this, stuff, but I'm just saying, some would say that, oh, they're doing this for a decent cause. But as it pertains to most of them, they scam, or the women, they sell themselves uh, in marketing. I messed up a little bit, y'all. I kind of messed up a little bit. I wasn't supposed to say that word on here, so I'm trying to play it off. They sell themselves in marketing. When you to be a good marketer, you have to sell yourself, right? So, anyways, let's get back to the topic. I know that sounded weird. We're just gonna talk about it. But a lot of women, when they sell it, you guys know what it means. Meow, meow. A lot of women, when they do these things, the money's not going back into the household. It's not. It's not. And it just shows that, you know, you're doing these things, but it's not even for the right reasons. You're doing these things to not, it's like they forget. Now that you've gotten this stuff, you forget about all your people, which makes you no better than the oppressors and your government. I thought the goal when you first started scamming, and the goal as an African woman when you first started selling it, I thought the goal was to get out of the situation you're in. I thought the goal was to move your mom out of the ghetto. I thought your goal was to, get your child and move him out of the projects and give your family a life that's worth living, because you guys aren't living too good. But we see immediately after they start making this money, they forget. And they immediately become similar to how their government is. They have all this money now, but instead of giving it back to the ones that they are supposed to be caring for, they do irresponsible things with it. And where do they end up? In jail. So these are the 5 reasons that you guys would definitely hate Africa. Okay. Now, there's a lot of good to Africa. We'll be doing a video on that tomorrow. Be a bit shorter than this one, but we'll be doing a video on that tomorrow. And yeah, I see Tig A says the ghetto. Yep. A lot of them are not living in ways that they would like to live. Doesn't mean all of them are. There's a lot of African people living great. There's a lot of African people living in their means, a lot of African people that are happy with their life. But there is also a nice percentage of Africans that also they, might take certain chances, and they forget about what was the whole point of taking that chance in the first place, Dan, I'm not reading your comments, man. You just wasting my time. You should have called in. You've been a man. Anyways, so guys, we're going to recap everything. These videos are usually on Patreon. The full live streams are usually on Patreon, patreon.com/traveltriberaw. I will tell you guys this. We're going to do some more topics. This is outside of the 5 reasons that you will hate Africa. We're going to be doing some more topics. We have passport sisters and the passport bros that are the opposite of Black people that they never seem to talk about. We have possibly taking a trip to Colombia soon. Not for the reasons a lot of people go, like for the women, mainly for, a better understanding of the culture and the people. I think it would be good to see a Black man operating inside of something that looks more healthy. And the last subject we have as well is on Ibrahim Traore. There's alleged statements that he doesn't want Americans to come inside of America. We're going to talk about that right after we talk about this. So the live stream will still be going. But when you guys see the replay on this, it will only show the 5 reasons you will hate Africa. Let's do a quick recap, though, before we get into the next subjects. The first reason that you will hate Africa is because you're going to notice that there's a lot of people going into Africa. The first reason that you will hate Africa is because you'll notice a lot of African countries are adopting a lot of American westernized movements, traditions, and media that shouldn't be there. We spoke about this early, that similar to China is how a lot of these African countries should be operating. China only feeds their people certain types of media. And China has a time limit on how long you can use certain medias as well, because they know it's destructive to the mind. When you're in certain societies that do not care anything about you, they let you endlessly doom scroll, and they can care less about if you are uh, going to benefit from the continent or not. They just want your money. They just want you to swipe. They just want it's a money pool. It's a constant train of just getting all your information. They also get to sell your information based off of what you like and what you don't like, which makes it easier for advertisers to get to you, right? So the first thing we have here is let them have it. And I think I'm just going to do the recap here so I don't have to go all the way back, you know. Actually, matter of fact, we're going to leave this all inside the video. You guys don't know what I'm talking about right now, but we're going to leave this all in. Anyways, I was trying to think how I'm going to edit this, but anyways, secondly, we have how demonic and corrupt a lot of these African countries are as it pertains to their government. Their government is what we considered toilet bowl. What do I mean by this? I have a theory. It's called the toilet bowl theory. In America, here, after the rich people eat at the big fancy table, a lot of us Americans were at least able to eat the remnants of when the rich people wiped themselves. We're able to eat off of the cloth that they wiped their bottom with. And then you have some people that don't even get to eat from that napkin or that cloth that the rich people wipe their bottoms from. The African corrupt leaders, what they do is they eat from the rich people table. They go onto the toilet, they wipe, flush it down the toilet, and now the people inside of the sewer must fight for the scraps and the remainings of what the rich African leaders have just eaten. So that's what's going on there. Next, we spoke about infrastructure. What the hell? Because this looks crazy. Oh, it looks like we have somebody that came into the chat. Looks like we have somebody that has came into not into the chat, but where I can put a video on the screen and show the person and we can go back and forth. So that's good. Stay there, brother. Give me a second. We talked about infrastructure and how this is another form of corruption because a lot of these governments, they have enough money to fix this. I mean, if they sold one of their Mercedes Benzes, because a lot of these African leaders, for some reason, they love getting Mercedes Benzes, and they like to have a few in different countries. That's what I've noticed. But if they could just sell one G-Wagon, that's 150,000 USD. That could fix this entire little area right here. I mentioned how 150,000 USD could give you enough to pay the workers, which would be the local people that live in this area. I mentioned how it would be a community effort. You know, they would all put the bricks together, and you know they would have some construction. All the 150,000 can cover all this. It can cover all this. And I basically mentioned basically making a single a one-story building, and you know, of course, it's made out of bricks to protect you from the outside. Doesn't even need to be painted, but bricks surrounding, and you know, and not this little tin stuff on top. Maybe something more, healthier for your body because breathing in rust, I'm sure, is not the best. And I know there's holes inside of the tin and stuff. Like I'm looking at a hole right now; it's huge, and I'm thinking how sad this is. But I said one-story building, huge, made out of bricks, and it could be separated by doors so families can still have a sense of privacy. Even with that $150,000, I can imagine the piping would be decent. And, you know, I can see a lot of good things happening with this, you know. But unfortunately, the governments wouldn't do something like this. But it would only take $150,000 to fix what's on your screen. This right here, 150K could fix this entire area. And what do I mean by this? It wouldn't make it. I know you guys might think, oh, it's going to make it look like America. No, not even close. But it would give them a better style of living. You know, ones where the roads are a bit more paved, so you can get your bikes and, you know, drive them inside of that little area, maybe a motorbike or whatever they're using for transport. It could get rid of all this. I'm sure a lot of creatures are coming into their homes, and the tin is not good for, you know, rain dropping in and storms and all types of stuff. It would fix the flooding inside these areas so people can still get to their jobs, which I'm sure are paying so little already. A lot of this can be fixed. You know, everything that's on your screen right now, 150K, it can fix this whole neighborhood right here. And if somebody doesn't believe me, challenge me, give me the money. I'm sure I can do it. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. But it would never happen. They wouldn't even let me, because I've realized these evil government officials, they do not want to see African people shine. There's so much potential there and they're evil. Why would they want to see good people do good things? So this is how it goes. Next, we talked about tribalism. We talked about FBA scammers and how you're a fool if you hate these people. But this happens a lot in Africa. You're going to run into this and you're going to hate this. But these are the most hated people. You know, now FBA hate is more online. You know, most African people, they're, oh, you're from America? That's so cool. But the tribalism, you know, talking about another race, you know, well, the same race, it's kind of crazy. You're talking about the same race, but they're tribe now. It's always a problem. You guys see how that works? Then, you know, to say all Nigerians are scammers and Nigerian women, they're this, and it's like all the Nigerian dudes have a bad reputation. It's just not right. They're not all scammers, but these are the most hated in Africa. And lastly, we talked about, excuse me, let me find my last one. And lastly, we talked about scamming and women selling it, and how, you know, at first, you know, a lot of people would look at that kind of lifestyle and judge it. But in reality, we shouldn't be judging this too much, given that this is all they can do. Right. I mean, their government has stripped them from so much. This doesn't mean that there's not opportunities in Africa, but there is certain issues inside of Africa, you know, and the government's not going to come for you anytime soon. And I mentioned something very crucial and important. I said, when your government and your God doesn't acknowledge you, or they forget about you and they abandon you, what do you do? And for the first time, we saw the chat was completely silent. We have a good, nice number of people in here, great intellectuals, I'm sure, listening. But it's such a tough question, because the question comes to, what would you do? What would I do if my government didn't offer me Section 8 or didn't offer me anywhere to stay? What would I do if there was no homeless shelters? What would I do if there was no food? What would I do? I guess all I could do is do what I can, which would possibly be to steal, possibly be to scam, or for a woman, maybe selling it, the meow, if you guys know what I'm saying. So those were the topics today. Like, comment, and subscribe. Make sure to share the video. I thank you guys all for being here. And until next time, stay raw, stay real. We're still about to live stream, y'all. We're still on a live stream. But when I break that up into an edit, I had to do it like that. Let me see. Dan, I'm not reading your comments, man. Tunnel Runner is hold on. Oh, excuse me. Wait. It shows two different names. Ronell Watson. You are now on.
All right. How you doing, brother? Can you hear me? Am I coming through
Yeah.
clear?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
cool. How you doing? Is this Dan?
No, this is Tunnel Runner.
Oh, okay. I didn't see you in the chat. Okay. Yeah. How's it going?
Everything's going good. Everything's going good.
Right.
Like I say, I understand the situation is, like poverty will make you do a lot of crazy things, trying to get out of poverty. But you have to have some kind of plan, even if you are in the, in the worst of situations. And if you're going to do some of these corrupted things, some of these maybe even so-called evil things, there should be a goal with that money, and how to, make it grow, and how to have your next generation do better.
Right. Did you hear me mention that?
No, I didn't hear. I came at the end,
Oh,
but
yeah.
that's what. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because I mentioned that. That's a good point that you made, but I'm just making sure. I didn't know if this was like a slick remark you was trying to make on me or something. But yeah, no, that's good. Yeah, I like what you said. I also said that as well. If you were here a bit early, you would have heard me. I said that, you know, unfortunately, you know, at some point in time, we had this term called Robin Hood, somebody that was in the hood and they be robbing, but they give back, you know, to the hood, you know. But then, unfortunately, we have a lot of these people now inside of Africa, what they're doing, you know, and it's not the majority, but there is a lot of them scamming and selling their body. And unfortunately, they immediately forget about their goal, they forget about their morals, and they don't have a plan at the end of it all. So I mentioned this before too. So I like that you brought that up without even hearing me say it. So that's good. What would you do, by the way, if I may ask, if you were in this situation? Because I'm guessing you're American. If you were in a situation like this, your God and your government has abandoned you. You're in Africa. Your parents didn't plan you, so they just basically abandon you as well. What would you do?
Yeah, well, you're gonna have to do the best you can and try to unite the with some other like-minded people to get something going. And it might have to even be of a overthrowing the government.
Mm,
It might have to come that situation because the thing is the government is well, coming from an American thought of mind, the government's supposed to be for the people, right? By the people,
mhm.
for the people, and government's supposed to be governing the people. So if the people are not getting governed well, then that means we need to either change the government if you can with voting, or if you have to go to another source of changing the government. Because there's always going to be corruption because you're dealing with people. But if you can get it down to a manageable level
Right, right.
where
Yeah,
some
and
productive things happen.
right. And that's an interesting take too, right? Because, I can't say that you're wrong on that, right? Because see, in a way, you can say Black Americans tended to do that quite frequently. Like, before slavery ended, there was talk about how, since the government was so evil to Black Americans, even though they were in talks about getting slavery, done with, there was Black Americans that stood up and said, enough is enough. They start pillaging, they start burning down houses. They did some very messed up things to a lot of the oppressors, but we can't be upset at them for doing that, right? Because they did it to them first. And that's why when I talk about team intelligence too, about how, the white people that I like the most are people that accept the truth. You accept that, you know what? There was a cause and effect. You Black people didn't just do this. We made you do this, and this is how this happened. And this is why you have some white people that even, push for reparations too, because they see how that's unfair. They see how, well, you've given it to every other race. Well, why don't you give it to the Blacks? It's just complete hatred. So, technically, sometimes that is your only option, doing what you can do with your government, and then even some smaller forms where they have protests, that's also very healthy and needed as well. So, but yeah, man, I like that you said that, I like that you said that because, do you think do you think there will be any countries in Africa that will eventually rise up to that extreme?
Um, I mean, I would believe so. I would believe so, but like you said, the mindset has to change. It has to be something where people are changing their minds to understand that there has to be a bigger plan, that we have to strive for something else.
Right, right. That's
You
well
know, so
said,
I'm
brother. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hmm.
so that because like I say, the thing about it, I just heard like I mean, you said a little bit of it. It's like if you come to an African country and you come, I do all this, I brought this Lamborghini, but I can't drive it in the roads because the roads are so bad. So then what? What's the purpose of having this great car that you can't even drive down the streets?
Exactly, yeah. And the even
You know.
greater issue too is like, why would you buy a Lamborghini in Africa? My mind just doesn't work like that. I look at people that look like me, and I somehow inside of me I look and I say, damn, this person could have been me. And just to see that this person is living this way, there's no way I can focus on buying a Lamborghini until people that look like me are good. It's counterproductive. In my mind, that's how my mind works. Like, why would you even get a Lamborghini in the first place? And like you just mentioned, when they have them in Africa and they're driving on these dirt roads, not all the roads are dirt, right? In Africa, there's a lot of nice roads, but there's a percentage. I think I'd even say half of the roads that are like extreme dirt roads. So in majority of these African countries. So it's kind of like, why would you even buy the Lamborghini in the first place? And these motorbike guys, they'll really just ding your car. Like they don't even care. Sometimes they just bump into the car and just drive off, no cameras. They'll just drive off. Insurance will cover it, hopefully. So, but yeah,
Yeah, I mean that mindset of even like say even if you get like the like say like the G wagon, what are you doing? I mean, it's so you it's just a waste because like say if it gets scratched, and the roads are bad, you got to mess up the alignment. It's just it's overkill, as they would say.
right.
You
And
know,
I'm
you
just thinking to myself too, how can your money go to a G Wagon? Doesn't that sound crazy? Or maybe it's just me. Like you see people are struggling in your country, yet you spend your money on a G Wagon. Like it's like, and you already have a few cars. It's just kind of like, it's like there's people that are, like, I mean, and if nothing, because I believe in caring for men and women. I don't believe like when they say, oh, oh, the women and kids. No, no, no. I look at it like, no, nobody asked to be here. We all were born because of our parents' poor decision making, or because we were planned, but they messed up somewhere around the line, or the parents did good. But we're all here without asking to be here. And if the man and woman and the offspring are in a messed up situation, I say to myself, well, damn, I mean, how can I spend this 150K when there's people that are in a need and they look just like me? But that's the difference from me, you, and maybe the African government. You know what I'm saying? Because what do you think about that? Like, do you think there's evil people in the government? Do you think maybe they're not human? What do you think is going on? Because the great in American government, we call America bad, but we wouldn't want to switch place with an African.
yeah, I mean, like I say, I think it's at different levels. And I think there's a problem with some of our people with the greed that they just get to. You can never overcome certain your mindset with money. You have to control your mindset with your mind. Money is not going to just. Money is a tool to be used, and not something to. People think you're going to be better because you have more money, and that's not true. And at a certain point, if you have all this money but no protection, that money will be taken away from you. And the protection is be from other people. So you have to kind of spread the money out to have to have some protection for that money. And I don't think people see that. They think that they have all this money and that you're gonna be okay. But usually what happens is when these people just become rich and they don't have this structure behind them, that money gets taken away by somebody who has a structure, that has some more power than you have. If you understand what I'm saying, can you?
Yeah, I get you, and I think that was well said. Let me go ahead and get on to my next topic, but I really appreciate you calling in, brother. This was good.
Okay, appreciate you.
All right, have a good one.
Yes.
All right, y'all. We getting back into it, man. We getting back into it. Hold on, shoot. Let me figure out. Okay, blam, blam. There we go. Bow. All right. All right. Okay, guys. So we have some other topics we have to get into, right? Okay, cool. So we just talked about the 5 reasons you'll hate Africa. I know this was, well, whew, that was a long video, but sometimes y'all know when I get started, man, I just can't stop. I just can't stop. It just feel too good. Anyways. All right, so now we're going to talk about reports that Ibrahim Traore said hell no to Black Americans coming into Africa. Okay, excuse me, coming into Burkina Faso. Now we're specifically talking about a certain country. So I don't need to keep saying into America and stuff like that and others, or picking certain African countries. Now we have somebody named Afro Man. He says, weren't you pimping women in Ghana? You rented an apartment and pimped Ghanaian women for YouTube views. Okay, fool. So I'm going to let you call into the show. If you do not call into the show, then we're just going to have to guess that you are a petty panini peasant that is attention seeking and just saying things for no reason. Okay. Now, please be the first brother to actually call into the. We haven't had any brothers have an issue and actually call into the show. We haven't had that yet. We haven't had that yet. Okay, we haven't had it. We haven't had it. All right. So I need you to call into the show. All right. I need you to call into the show. Call into the show. All right. We're gonna wait. We're gonna give you 1 minute. All right. So we're gonna need a Petty Panini Peasant theme song for you guys too when you guys say this foolish stuff. So we're gonna wait for about 50 more seconds. We're gonna wait for you to come in. But as we wait, we're gonna talk about the next subject, which is on Ibrahim Traore. Okay. So Ibrahim Traore, apparently, this is alleged, right, that he mentioned something about Black Americans not being able to come into Burkina Faso. Now, from what I've seen, I looked all over the internet trying to find where he said this, right? I looked all over the internet. Let me see if they might have changed something. Let me see if this has actually been finally reported yet. Traore says Black people cannot come in. Let's see real quick, y'all. Let's see. Now I see news articles with them saying Ibrahim Traore says he wants Black people to come in, but I'm not seeing anything where he's saying Black people cannot come. You know, damn, this dude is. Ibrahim Traore advocates for Pan-African unity and the empowerment of people of African descent worldwide rather than exclusion of Black individuals. Traore stresses self-reliance to fight against imperialism and the importance of building a united Africa and diaspora. So I don't know where this is coming from, where they're saying Ibrahim Traore said hell no to Black Americans coming in. But I'm going to be honest. I'm going to give you guys a different perspective on how I look at this. If Ibrahim Traore did say Black Americans can't come in, I'm happy for him. And this would only make me like him more. Because honestly, Afro man, stop talking in the chat, man. Stop talking in the chat. You want to see this how you fools work. You guys say stupid stuff out your mouth and then try to go on another subject just like a damn female. You know? So call in or shut up. Is this ridiculous? Golly, I feel like I'm babysitting. It's crazy. What type of stuff is this? So if he did say this, I wouldn't be upset. I'm going to tell you guys why. Black America has a lot of issues that needs to be worked on before going into Burkina Faso. Okay? That's the first thing, right? That's the first thing. Black people have a lot to work on. You know? I'm going to tell you guys something that I realized about Black people from traveling around the world. And I didn't realize this when I was in America, but I realized it when I traveled out of America. Okay? So what I realized about Black Americans when traveling to other countries was that a lot of Black Americans are not serious, man. You know, there were so many people that came out and told me they're Pan-Africanism and they're Pan-Africanists, excuse me, and they're, you know, serious about African diaspora and unity, all this stuff like that. But you know what they ended up doing? A lot of these dudes just ended up talking about, where's the ladies at? Where are the ladies at? I want the women. Where are the women? Where are the women? And you're thinking to yourself, damn, like, what happened to all the like Pan-African and all this stuff like that? Have you built anything here? Have you like done anything? I mean, what have you done? Have you done anything here? Like what have you, nothing at all? Like, I mean, what? Oh, no, I'm 68 years old, but I haven't built anything. I haven't done anything. I don't even really care about these damn jits. You know what I'm saying? I just, you know. So you think to yourself, you're like, what's your goal? What's your goal of being here? Like, so you say you're a Pan-Africanist or African diasporan, but your goal is just to be with the women? I mean, do you have any other aspirations? You're too old for this. You're too old. Like, I get, like, you know, Passport Bros, like, it's a lot of young brothers doing this stuff. But some dudes was like 50, 60 years old that I was running to, and they're like, oh, yeah, my goal is just being with the... And you're like, what the hell? Your goal is just being with women? Nothing else? Like that's so crazy because you know, for me, when I'm doing my content on my channel, like I feel like everybody can kind of see where my mind's really at. Like we might see women on my channel, but I think we all kind of understand that the overwhelming majority of my videos is, you know, pro-black and pan-Africanism and maybe FBA kind of talk. Like, you know, we might show the ladies for entertainment, but you know, it's just really weird and kind of sad when you see dudes in their 50s and 60s just talking about, oh, my only goal here is just to smash on it. And you're just like, wow, that's it? So I'm not mad at Ibrahim Traore. Like, you know, to be honest, if you are going to make a great society, I'm not saying all 50 and 60-year-olds are like this too, by the way. You always got to throw that disclaimer out because everybody thinks when you're saying this, you're talking about every single one because they're small-minded and foolish. But really, I'm not talking about every 50 and 60-year-old, but it's like, and that's cool too if you want to do what you want with the ladies and stuff like that, of course, legally. But you know, but sometimes it's just like it becomes obsessive where I'm like, damn, do you have any other goals? Or no, no, no. My only goal is just being with women. Oh, okay. I just bought this one chick, and you're like, what the? Okay, that's kind of crazy. You just that's all you're doing. So, you know, it's just sad, man. It's just really sad because you're thinking to yourself, well, damn, like you have no other goals, and that's just what it is. So I'll leave that one there, right? You know, I'm not mad at Ibrahim Traore. Anytime you're building a society that's, you know, you're revolutionizing society, you know, you need to make sure all your ducks are in a row first before you just let anybody come into your country. You know, you can't just let anybody come into your society after you've put in so much work inside of your society. You know, that would just be, you know, not right. It's not organized, you know, and that's the main thing you want is organization. That's one thing I like about America the most. They're very organized, you know. They do a lot of things wrong. They might have organized chaos too, but they're organized. You know, at least we can say that. Um, Number two, I'm not mad at Ibrahim Traore if he said hell no to Black Americans coming because guys, I don't know if you noticed, but Burkina Faso is not really the safest place right now. I'm not gonna put you guys in a bad situation thinking you leaving Chicago to be around some Africans and you find out they got these extremist groups and you know that are exercising some crazy things over there. I don't want you guys to be in that. I need you brothers and sisters to be safe. So I wouldn't suggest that you guys go at this very moment. You know, now if you are gonna go, you know, go with a group. Corruption does still exist, even if it is Burkina Faso, but you know, we can see that they're taking a lot of stances to do things right. So, but at the end of the day, it is pretty dangerous. I mean, they've attempted on their own president's life many times. You know, so that's not good. That's not good. It's not good at all. And a lot of people think America's safe, but truly, America is not that safe because we can see that's happened over here a few times as well. America thinks everybody thinks, oh, America, I can't wait to go to America. Can you? You sure you don't want to wait a little bit longer? Like, it's not the safest place. They talk about all these other countries, but America's also very unsafe too. I grew up in the hood. It's very ghetto there. So, anyways, that's for Ibrahim Traore. Okay, that's for Ibrahim Traore. Hopefully, his mission is still going as planned, and I wish him all the best and the most success. Next on the list, Colombia, right? I was thinking about going back because I feel like a lot of people, I am going to try to show the women, right? I am going to try to show the women, but at the same time, you guys know that's not the overwhelming majority of my content. So I do want to put the ladies on camera if I was to go. Hit the super chat if y'all really want me to go. That's really what's going to show me that, oh, they want me to really go, huh? They want me to really go. Okay, yeah, I see what's going on. But I could possibly go back. But it's like this time, you know, even when I went before, it's one of those countries where it's like, there's dudes that are gonna try to like, you know, be with the ladies, and there's dudes that's gonna try to actually take advantage of the culture, see how much things are, see if you can buy one of these villas. Like, I don't want to rent the villa, I want to buy it, I want to own this. You know, how does it work? Like, okay, yeah, can we get some investors? Like, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, uh there is some benefits to Colombia based on proximity to America. A lot of people think that would be a better conversation for Patreon, but I think that needs to be elaborated on about proximity countries that are very close to where you live. You can do a lot of business there, especially because you're on the ground. See, in Africa, the biggest problem, you can't just go there and be there in a few hours. Colombia, yeah, you can. So this can be a huge benefit. Seriously. I want to also, I think it would be good to speak about when going back to Colombia to speak about how a lot of the men there take the people that came before them very serious. And I think it's important that we never forget the people that have came before us, even if in public eyes they've been considered as evil people that do wrong. I think it's good to see that even when they are looking like the bad guy, there's things that we can learn. And also, maybe when we get the full story, we can see, well, really, they're not that bad of a person. And they really shaped the way our country is today. You know, they really, one thing I noticed about a lot of Colombian brothers when I was there, I realized, I said, man, they really take the people before them very serious. Like they take the men that, Black Americans, we do this too. But it's like, I mean, the conversations I've had with them where they just go on and on and on about like certain people, that came before them in Colombia that did things that America considers to be crazy, but they consider it to be very beneficial to their country. I'll just leave it at that. So I think it would be nice to explore that some more. We have Afro Man that, no, he's still writing random things. What is it? No, let me see. No wonder light skinned Colombia women is what you like, but you claim pet. Wow, is this a girl? Like, this is something I would expect from a woman. Like, no wonder you just like Colombian women. You don't even like us black women. Like, whoa, relax, brother. Relax. Call into the show, but you won't because you're scared and you're a coward. It's so unfortunate. We keep running into the same kind of pattern inside of this show, don't we? What do we keep running into? The petty panini peasant, always seeking attention, just like abroad. It's very interesting. Very, very, very interesting. Like they're on their knees, like they just need that attention. You like Colombian women more than you do, but you claim that you like la, la, la. It's like, are you like what? Man, there's so many words you just can't say on the tube. So like if you guys ever see me skipping over my words or censoring myself, it's just yeah, gosh, you got to do it, man. You just got to do it. You just got to do it. You just got to do it. Tunnel runner.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, cause yeah, I love Colombia.
Mhm.
I have some property in Colombia.
Are
There's
you
what
Afro
you
man?
can, huh?
Are you Afro man?
Afro man, no.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, like I say, I have some property there. I have a wife, a Colombian wife that's here in America with me.
Oh, you have a Colombian. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I speak Spanish and yeah, I mean, to me, a lot of brothers should go to Colombia. Not, I mean, you do have the most beautiful women probably in the world, but not just for that.
Uh,
But you can.
debatable outside of the cosmetic surgery. Debatable. Debatable. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, okay. Well, I mean, all right. What? Let me know. So what you think? What country are you saying is better look
You know what's
wise?
crazy? You know what's crazy? At some point, look wise, it just starts to get blurry. When you've been to all these African countries, you start looking at all these in shape African women and their feminine aura, and you just kind of start saying to yourself, well, damn, you know what? Oh man, they all kind of start looking the same. Like they're all feminine. They all look good. Like, it's just it's hard. It's just really difficult, man. I've been to a lot of countries, but African women have some really beautiful women, man. So, but Colombian women, they are beautiful too, though. I'm not gonna lie, they are beautiful too, especially the natural ones. I definitely like me a natural Colombian chick.
And we have Afro Colombians. We
Oh
have
yeah,
Afro
yeah, that's definitely.
Colombians. Yeah, so but yeah, I mean, but yeah, I think because of well, like some places like we have the hills, so they have to walk up those hills and then build up some muscles, and right places and stuff like that. So I mean, it's just a different way of living over there. So you know, but I think this percentage wise, I know every place has beautiful women. Every country has beautiful women, but I think there's just a lot of high quality look wise women in Colombia. More than it's hard to find, ugly chicks in Colombia. There's a few, but it's really not that many. When you start looking and you try to look for like ugly and fat, women, say you have to look hard to find them.
That's real. That's real. And let me ask you, like, I mean, so you just took a trip to Colombia and found a wife, or like, how did the process go of you finding your wife and getting married and bringing her to America? Like, could you elaborate on that?
Well, okay, yeah, I'll tell you how the way I did it. The way I was doing it, I was going to Panama and I was dating in Panama. And so I was learning the language, doing a little, stuff like that, learning the culture. And this is in
Mm,
Panama. And then I
mm,
decided to go to Colombia with a friend of mine. We just out of the blue, we just picked a place,
mm, mm,
and Colombia, Medellin came up. So we went there. This is like I'm talking about maybe 12 years ago. So things were a lot different than it is now. But I did get on Tinder,
mm,
and there was some women out there and stuff like that, and the first woman I met was similar to my wife, but we didn't, we got together, but she had to do something out of town with her brothers or whatever, and it was working out. So anyway, but that went out, but that failed. But I was still like, I still was talking to this woman on a regular basis in Spanish on the internet. And so the next time I went down there, I went to see her, but I also went to do other things. And other also had other things set up, not just and she came through and everything was nice and smooth. Everything was like I wanted, and she was very respectful and she was very uh she was doing everything that I wanted her to do. I was looking for a woman, and I couldn't, so we just dated for a while. I came back to America. We dated for a while. I took her different places, and eventually she got her visa, a tourist visa, and she came over here for a while, and things just worked out. And eventually, the she was coming over so much that the customer was saying, "Look, y'all need to get married. Y'all can't just be doing
mm.
it, because they give
Yeah.
you a 6 months visa and they don't want you to be over here for 6 months and then come, leave and then come back for another 6 months. That's
Mm,
not what the tourist
yeah.
visa is supposed to be for. You're
Right,
supposed to
right,
be coming
right.
for a couple of weeks, maybe a month, maybe 2 months at the best, and then a year later maybe come back or something like that. So
Mm.
they were trying to tell us, hey, look, And so, things worked out. And my thing was always, is she going to change up on me? You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
That's why I was waiting for that, man, because we hear a lot of stories, about the ladies changing up, and there's a lot of Colombia women that are, doing this to a lot of the dudes. So yeah, I want to hear that part.
Oh, well, and the thing is, she never changed up. She's just,
Mm.
she cooks for me every day. She prays for me every day.
Wow.
She's and all I mean, I know more of the success stories because I know a lot of Colombian women over here because and they are on we always hear about the negative stories, but we don't hear the positive stories. There's more positive stories than negative stories. But a lot of guys not even they just happy to have their woman and they ain't saying nothing to nobody. You know what I mean? They're just
Yep.
enjoying their life.
Mm.
So, like I say, my wife knows some of the other Colombian women, and they do the same thing. Most of the Colombian women I know that have come over here and married to American men, they be on point. But
Mm.
I have heard the stories of the women changing up on you, and that's the thing about the thing is that you got to vet these women. You got to really vet them. You got to really check them out. You got to make sure they got some kind of religious basis. That they got to be they got to be down for the cause. You got to make sure her family is down with the program. Does she have married sisters? Is her father the patriarch of the family? And how if they still married? All that stuff. The same stuff that you would do here is what you need to do when you get these girls from abroad. The same thing. Make sure she's come from a married family. Make sure that she that's what she wants to do. She wants to have your children. She wants to be married. you know, and her brothers and
Right.
sisters, they're married for, you know, forever and stuff like that, you know. So that's what you got to look for.
Hmm. And where is she right now?
Right now, she's at work.
Oh, okay, okay.
She's here in America, but she works 4 days. She's off 3 days. So right now she's at
Hmm.
work. You know, she cooked for me. I went to work today. It was my day off, but she always prepares my breakfast. She prepared me some lunch, and
Hmm.
so you know I'm set up. And you know she's always she understands what her duties is as a wife, and she does her duties, and she's respectful. My biggest problem is these disrespectful women.
Hmm.
And I don't care what color they are, but a lot of the sisters have that problem, you know, and it's being respectful. You got a man who's working, you got a man who, because I see it doesn't matter. There's guys that are 7 foot tall, multi-millionaires, and they're not getting respect.
Right.
Got swagger. And the thing is, it seems like you can get a woman, you can tell a black woman what kind of man you want, and she give you I want somebody with green eyes, wavy hair, and all that stuff. And you bring that guy to her, and she will say something nasty to him. She will disrespect him, and then tell you, and if he walked away, oh, bring him back. Bring him back to be disrespected? No, I like him. That's just the way I am. What kind of. It's unbelievable. How can you get this girl? What's her name? The Curry girl. They got a perfect. That
Who?
got. Oh, you
Who
know
is
what I'm
it?
talking about? The basketball player, Steph Curry's wife.
Oh, Aisha Curry. Yeah.
Aisha Curry, to say, I mean, even though it's not as bad as it could be, but she shouldn't say nothing if she don't have nothing good to say. But that's a bonding tool that a lot of sisters, you know, if you're talking about your husband is too good or whatever, they won't talk to you. They will leave you out. If you're
Hmm.
talking negative about your husband, they'll sit down there and talk with you. But that seems to be something. So I see that is a big problem with not getting respect. And that I think a lot of black men that are doing well, that are, you know, making the money, you know, that are respectable men, and they should get respect. And a lot of these women from other places will respect you.
Hmm.
And
And what
I,
makes a black man worthy of respect, in your opinion?
oh, okay. We basic on just the universal thing of respect. If you're a man and you are protecting, providing,
Mhm.
if you're protecting and providing, you should get some respect. If your wife is have a roof over her head, food in it, that should be some respect. If you have children with them, he's taking care of the children as far as financially, then yeah, you should respect him. Because and the reason and when with the lack of respect, that's why guys are not getting married, that's why guys are getting divorced. That's why guys are having the problem because that lack of respect for what they do. And literally, we have guys that we have a president that got disrespected by he made his wife the first lady, and
Mm.
she kind of disrespects him. And that's it. And we don't see that happening to other women, other races. If other women had a Barack or had a Curry or whatever, they would be loving to death. They would not show disrespect. And
Mm.
we see like all these women, a lot of these women. I mean, Michael Jordan's first wife, and I'm just being like Michael Jordan. You know, I did the same. We following the same course. It seems like the woman he married, the second wife, is respectful. The
Yeah,
second
there's
wife wasn't. You know,
yeah,
so you see a lot
definitely.
of that.
Hmm. There's definitely an issue with America when it comes to these gender dynamics. Unfortunately, I believe that since the oppressors did a lot of things to their own women when slavery time was about, they never really made they never, just like, it's kind of interesting too, like when it comes to black men not getting reparations and black women not getting reparations, they also didn't account for what they were doing to their own women. So while they were doing all this stuff to black people, they're also doing stuff to their own women too. And I believe that stuff really messed up the women. And sometimes, I think that's what goes into sometimes our own people, our own women. Like, they were a byproduct of this stuff, you know. So given that, you know, America, they did all this stuff to the slaves, they also did certain things to the women, and after slavery they never did any accountability for it. They never made any accountability for, you know, what they did to their own women as well. And this is why, you know, now it's definitely kind of went into, you know, this whole feminist movement that's kind of, some of the stuff is a bit crazy, right? Like majority of the stuff they talking about, oh, just, you know, they got some movements that are crazy out here, like just get rid of all men, don't believe all men, all this stuff. But I see sometimes it gets into the sisters' minds too. But this is a byproduct when the women are unfortunately around inside of this country. You know, I just wish after slavery we could have got our women and packed up and just got up out of here, man. It's so sad. You know, they really, it's really, really unfortunate. But yeah, no, you made a good point right there. That's a good point, definitely. And to have presidents getting disrespected is beyond, you know, where it should have gone. You know, it's beyond. So
Yeah, I mean that's some of the chickens coming home to roost with the white women and the whole Western idea that these women, you know, in general, a lot of these guys are being affected by things that they did to us. That has the sisterhood is strong, so that is affecting all the sisters. I mean, well, all the women in the Western world. Some of
mm,
these evil, corrupted things that they try to maybe corrupt our women, they ended up corrupting their own women, and that's why they're having problems right now with the birth rate and all the other things because trying to hold another person back, trying to hold us back, I should say.
right, right. And when it comes to like you and your wife's dynamic in America, like, I mean, see, my biggest issue, right, is like when you have a woman and you bring her to a sick society like this, eventually these, you know, beliefs and ideologies start to get into her mind. You know, do you ever feel any kind of like, man, she's starting to do this, she's starting to do that. Oh, maybe shouldn't have brought her here.
No, me right
Mhm,
now, no. It the thing is because of modern technology, she can
mhm,
still stay in contact with her family in Colombia on her, you know what I'm saying? And then, you know, I will send her back so that she keeps her roots. She doesn't really have that many well, the language barrier, she's not really talking to any sisters, so they don't speak Spanish. You know what I'm saying? I'm in Atlanta, Georgia. So, and
mm,
we're in the blackest part of Atlanta, Georgia. So the sisters cannot, it's hard for them to get to her. And so she does have some Mexican friends and stuff like that, but they're all married. So you have to keep your wife away from these single women and away from unhappy married women. So I try to make sure that my wife only is around happily married women.
that's nice. That's nice. Okay. All right, brother. Well, hey, man, good luck to you, bro. Cause you know, you stronger than me, man. I see me personally. I would take my woman and we would go somewhere not America. Like, you know, that's how I'm looking at it. Like, I just can't. You know, this country, man. There's too much stuff going on here, and you know, even to know your wife could be at work one day, and then now this person came into the store and just shot up the place. You know, and then you know the child support, all this stuff. It's too much, man. I just want peace, man. I just want peace, and I know that that's possible and it's not going to be perfect, but I know that they offer this in other countries outside of America. So, yeah, I would have took my woman to another place. Not saying what you should have done, you doing what you want to do as a man, but I'm just saying like that's how I look at my stuff. You know, I can't just bring. You know, a lot of women they tell me that they want to come to America. I'll take them to another country. They'll be like, you know what? I like it here. I think I can see myself staying here. And you tell the women first, like before they go to America. I tell women, I'm like, you know, I know you want to go to America, but do you know what really happens in America? And so a lot of times they don't seem to know. And then when crazy things be happening, they're like, "Oh my God, I can't believe this." My homegirl, she just told me that you know this that she just did 5 guys in one night. Like, I mean, oh my God, I can't believe this happens. So is this too much corruption? You know, you know, like you said, you keeping her around the right people, but I want to keep my woman in the right environment too. Like this America is just too
Well,
much wars talk and oh if this happens it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen, you know. And old Trump might Trump said he might just now they talking about the poop. Now that you know, it's just it's too much. Oh, this they sending out the what are these people called that be in the streets, the police, but they're not the police. They sending out the
The military, the coast. I mean, ICE and the
not even just them.
immigration.
They got the other people too that they sending out now to like the streets. What are these people
Oh,
called? They
I know you're talking about, but I can't think of the name. But they
right,
call
right,
them.
right. So
Yeah.
it's just too much. It's too much over here, man. I want my woman to have some peace. This place, I get what you're saying though. And then lastly too. So okay, you say you got a Colombian wife and all that. Do you plan to like eventually have offspring? I can't say the other word because they don't let me say that on this platform, but offspring.
Yeah. She wants to have my children.
Oh, okay, okay. And I mean,
But we will be
that.
going to Colombia. We will be moving back to Colombia probably in a couple of years. We'll be back in Colombia.
Oh, okay. And then you guys are gonna
This is
stay there.
just to make sure to get my finish my career and have
Ah.
my things set up. So so we came here to finish up. But yeah, but like I say, retiring and living in another country that is what So here was just because I'm here and I wanted her here, and she's on top of her game.
Okay, okay. So this is like
I got a
temporary, huh?
prenup and everything, and we got,
Ah, okay, okay.
I mean, you want to have, if you bring, because and the thing is, one of the reasons why, you know, getting married wasn't my number one thing, but if you want to bring a woman into the United States, they kind of make you, the government wants you to be married to that woman. So,
Right, right.
you have to do
So,
what
so the
what you have
long
to
term
do.
goal is to go back to Colombia, though.
Yeah, to go back to Colombia, yeah, that will be the home base, but we will be traveling around the world. So,
Ah, nice, nice. Okay,
yeah, we
well,
will be
brother, I can't
traveling
be
around
mad
the
at that,
world.
man. I can't be mad at that, brother. I mean, what? And you said your career. What you said once you finish your career, what's that?
I'm in transportation.
Ah, okay, okay, nice. All right, cool. All righty then, brother. Well, hey, you have a good rest of your day, man. Thanks for calling in.
All right. All
All
right.
righty, cool,
Peace.
cool. All right, all righty. That was nice, right? That was good to hear that. Sometimes it can be tricky with certain women from different countries, but it's always important to vet out the women, guys. It's always important to vet out these women, ensure that she's a different type of woman. That not all women are the same, man. As much stuff as I talk about African women and guys, African women. Thank you to Luxury Bucket. Shout out to a great comment. This dude said it's the National Guard. Yeah, that's the name of them. They're just going into the streets, doing whatever, and I'm just like, bruh, there's so many other things you're supposed to do before you get to National Guard. But regardless, thank you for pointing that out. I'll just leave it at that. I'll leave it at that. But yeah, there's so many good women on these different countries, guys. Like, you might be thinking like, oh, Colombia has the great women. There's every country has great women except like really Western countries. Like, but even then, you'll find great women in really Western countries too. But for what most men are looking for is just kind of more rare. Everything becomes more rare based on how Western the country is, what type of laws the country has in place. There's so many factors go into it. For instance, when I was in South Africa is just like America. It's literally just like America. Even the women, they dress like Americans, they talk like Americans. It's literally just like America. And what I learned about South Africa was that I said, you know what? If you go to the outskirts of some of these major cities, they have some really nice, feminine, respectful women. And they also look really good. They might not be like the ladies on your screen, with these BBLs or maybe with a, waist trainer, or a corset, showing off their entire body. They're going to be more clothed, but then, when a few of those layers of clothes come off, then you notice, oh wow, she actually, yeah, she okay, yeah, yeah, okay, cool, cool. We can work with this. But regardless, I'm just saying here that you know you have women in every country that is feminine, and that's wife quality. Now, what I suggest bringing her back to America, if you want to protect your woman's mental health, probably don't bring her back. Now, for that brother that just called in, he vetted her out to the best of his ability, so that works for him. But what works for one might not work for all. So you guys got to keep in mind that that's a risk. That's a risk because the goal as a man is to ensure that your woman is not around, you know, environments that are going to be unsafe, right? Because your goal is to protect and provide. So you can't always protect just with, pow pow and shootings. You have to also protect, her by ensuring she's in the right environments. This brother, he just mentioned that she's inside of a country where she's inside of America, but she's around Hispanic women, that are very feminine and also married, which is great. Shows that he kind of knows what he's doing, right? But still is very important, you know, maybe not to put your woman in this type of environment. For a lot of people, this can be too much. I just saw a story about some Kenyan woman. She was this black guy from America. He brought her to America, and immediately she broke up with him and got with a white guy. And hey, all power to her. She just did the ultimate finesse. But at the same time, I know you're not trying to be the one that gets got by the one that's trying to get you. So if you're not trying to be that dude, maybe not bring a woman to America. The issue with a lot of people too is like, if some people, they don't, it's really kind of sad, but a lot of people, a lot of dudes, I think they really want their woman right next to them. And it's kind of like, this is how war works. This world is not, see, the way my mind works is kind of different from the way of like 90% of men's mind work, maybe even 95% of men's mind work. Most men want to have their women right next to them, right? But the way I look at it when I'm back in America, I'm like, I'm going back into battle to provide for my woman. So when I come back, she's going to be there on her knees just thanking me. Oh my God, my king, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Because she looks at it like, man, I heard all this stuff that happened in America. Oh my God, they were shooting in your city. And then this happened, and the National Guard was sent out. Then after that, they start saying that America's going to be hit by this person from this country because they didn't like that they were supporting this country. And then I heard that there was a fire and the explosion happened. When you come back from battle, your woman's going to be there and she's going to be even more ready to receive you. And receive, I mean that in every way possible. So, you know, it's just better to not bring a woman back to a country that is already so messed up that you don't want her to be around. Some dudes might have found out a decent way to make it rock, but for a lot of people, they shouldn't be doing that. If you want to, let's say you're in Africa, and you get a woman from, let's say, Uganda. Max, you should be bringing that woman back to is maybe like a small European country that keeps traditional moral values. It's fun. You don't want to don't be a dictator. Don't be evil. Like, oh, I got to keep her in her own country, in her own city, in her own town, just blah, blah, and keep her in this shanty. No, take her out, do nice things, but don't, certain countries you got to stay far away from because they have no morals. They have no morals. You have to protect your woman, not only physically, but mentally as well. This is how real men protect. Okay. So let's get on to the next subject. I see we have some comments coming in. Shin Mir Ah says, are there support networks besides social media for FBA with foreign wives? No, I think you would have to access them on social media. Like, I mean, I don't know. Are you talking about like an app or something or a website? I don't know if there's any. I don't know if there's anything like what you're asking. The social, any net support networks besides. Why would you need a support network for FBA with foreign wives? I'm not understanding. Why would you need a support network? FBA cannot offer much of a community, it seems, for their foreign wives. Everything is just a hope and a prayer. Well, you know what FBA is FBA means you're foundationally Black American. That doesn't mean that you need to exactly marry a foundational Black American woman in order to be considered FBA. Regardless, they can't take that away from you. Yeah, what you're doing could be considered to be questionable, dealing with another race of woman, but at the same time, you are still an FBA at heart. You know what I'm saying? And body and soul, because that's who you really are. So that's what I'll say with that one. I mean, uh, yeah, I'll leave it there at that because I feel like we've been on this topic for a minute now. By the way, if you guys want more content like this, go on to Patreon. This is where this whole live stream will be, on Patreon. Okay. Let me see. I know there was one more. The fun topic, the fun one. I had fun with you guys for some of these topics, but some of these were just. Whew. After this, I'm getting a massage. Shout out to the American women that are feminine. Anyways, let me see. Plow and plow. Y'all ready for this? Now we talking about passport sisters and white passport bros. Because you know what I've noticed, guys? Every single time we hear anything about people going overseas and dealing with, women and stuff like that, it's always the black men that are taking the heat, right? And I hate to throw y'all white brothers into this, man. I hate to throw y'all into this, but y'all got some goddamn luck, ain't it? I mean, damn, they ain't never talking about the white passport bros. These dudes be coming out here tricking like a mother effer. But you know one thing I can respect about the white passport bros and the black passport sisters, and just passport sisters in general, because they got lots of women that be traveling, guys, and getting international meet. There's lots of women that be doing this. But I will say this: one thing I like about them, they move in silence. They not about to be out here making videos talking about, yeah, I like when my dude do this and do that. No, 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 no. They move in silence. They move in silence. Black people got to talk to. Black people talk too much, man. And I'm a black man saying this as I'm coming up on a 4-hour live stream. We talk too goddamn much. Goddamn, we talk too much, y'all. We talk too much. We tell everybody our business. And this is why when people ask me certain questions, what African countries have you been to? What country is best for doing business? What country? I wish I can tell you a lot. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes you got to pay for the knowledge, or you got to become very close to the person that got the knowledge. Without that, I can't trust or know that if you, I don't know what reason you're trying to get my information for. Is it to mess me over? You got to be careful, man, out here. You never know what people's ulterior motives are. Look at Austin. The dude literally said, I'm going to South Africa, I'm going to this country, I'm going to this country. These chicks done pulled up his whole flight itinerary and talking and hit up women from those countries talking about, oh, you need to go and get this guy at your country. I'm like, damn, the brother ain't even landed yet. What? But this what happens when you be talking, you feeling comfortable on the internet. You know what I'm saying? It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate because we would hope that we could be comfortable with all of our subscribers, but not all of our subscribers is there for us. And it's kind of messed up. It's kind of sad. Barborn says, yes, this is true. Think of it as an opportunity if it matters enough to you to make it. Barborn says again, a passport bro is a black man. There's no such thing as a white passport bros. Well, that's crazy. Because there is a lot of white passport bros. I mean, I literally just showed a picture. There's literally a lot of dudes that's like saying that, okay, that's a race or something. Passport bros. I mean, I feel like that's a certain demographic of people. I feel like the people that own this title now for passport bros are dudes that are going for X tourism. They're going to smash. That's the goal. And that's a lot of these white guys goes too. But one thing I'll say about them, they never ever get in no trouble, right? The sisters man, let me tell you guys what I've seen from these American women that go to these foreign countries, man. They're getting strung out. If y'all only knew how much these sisters doing, and they come back to your country talking about, oh, come back to America talking about, oh man, I had a great trip. All I did was, walked on the beach and, did more African diaspora things. Man, please. These chicks be out here. Oh my goodness. If you guys knew the amount of international meat, golly, Kuku Choma, Indizi Choma, these ladies out here taking all the meats, man. They taking all of it. They won't even save none for the other ladies, man. They taking all of it, man. I'm telling y'all. They out there trying to, because it's an easy way. It's just like a woman going to a new city, man. Now, by the way, guys, not all women do this, okay? Not all women do this. I hope you guys understand. This funny commentary. We having fun with it. Not all women do this, okay? Not all women do this. But there is a lot of women going to these foreign countries to also do things with the dudes, man. And it is wild. They doing a lot of stuff too. And they be oh, shoot. You know what I'm going to do for y'all? I'm going to tell y'all a story about a white woman I saw inside of Kenya, and she was getting she had 3 dudes on her. Let me tell you guys what happened, right? This was like in 2022. This is actually a while ago. I remember I was with this cool chick too. I remember her, man. She was such a nice woman. I wish I saw her number. I changed my phone. But anyways, I was with this chick and we was kicking at the hotel. I think we had just came from like eating at the rooftop because they had this nice rooftop breakfast or something. And we went through the elevator and we decided, because okay, we went to the elevator and we decided, because the elevator was taking a minute to come up. We was like, let's just walk downstairs instead. We only 3 flights of stairs down. We walking down the stairs, and I'll never forget. I passed by this room, door wide open, 3 black dudes shirtless. You know, I ain't looked down, right? But you could see that they was doing some stuff. I had a quick look at the shirtless and the woman with, she had a bra on, and I just a quick glance. And I said, oh, and the girl I was with, she said, what happened? I was like, you don't want to know. She was like, well, what? I said, man, this joint was in there getting the works. She's like, what do you mean? Because she an African woman, she don't know what the works means. I said, bacon, lettuce, cheese, tomato, cucumbers, all that stuff. Emphasis on the cucumber. And she was like, what does that mean? What are you talking? I was like, no. There was a white girl in there. She was just, I swear, I think she was just doing it with these dudes. And I remember, I'm like, bruh, this is crazy. And they be paying. Because this was a big old white woman too. She was huge. She was huge, man. She was huge, And I ain't about to body shame people, right? That's the term, right? Body shame, not body shame. But I ain't about to body shame nobody, but she was a big one, like a really big one. So yeah, man, she was doing the do, man. She was doing the do. And yeah, I just know she had to be paying them brothers, man. I just know. There ain't no way them dudes just say, oh, let's just do this. Like, they was in there, and when I looked too, one of the dudes looked at me, and you just know that the dudes knew that they wasn't supposed to be doing what they was doing. The door was wide open too. I'm like, what the hell? I don't know if they didn't think nobody was going to use the stairs, because people probably typically take the elevator. But yeah, that was wild, man. I wish I didn't see that, but I did, and now I know what they be doing for that money. But anyways, yeah, the passport says they be out there doing their thing, but I feel like, the one thing we can say about these people that are going on these girls trips and the white boys that are going on these boys trips to do their tourisms, their actual tourisms. One thing we can say is at least they keeping it quiet, right? At least they're keeping it quiet. But I want to say this even greater on this subject. There needs to be a type of conduct for how Black passport bros move. See, I don't exactly consider myself to be a passport bro, right? Because I look at that culture as disgusting. It just really, when I run into a lot of these brothers, is constantly they tell me, "Oh, I'm just here to smash on the." That's something that I'm not into doing, right? It's just I'm not a actual tourist. Originally why I started traveling was because I was tired of what was happening inside of America. Secondly was for the culture, and then I found out that the women were feminine, and then that's when I started getting into the women inside of foreign countries. But my original reason of going wasn't for the women. I've had success in America. It's not, like the worst thing, but America is pretty bad on the totem pole. But it's like my goal wasn't for the women. So there needs to be a conduct of how this works. There needs to be rules to passport bros. And since unfortunately there's no leader, because goddamn Austin Holloman done had all these bastards and just left them. You hear that, Austin? We talking about you, boy. Austin done created all these bastards, and now they just travel around the country. Austin ain't even a passport bro no more. Austin out here doing things right and talking about how you guys gotta be responsible and stuff. Y'all done took the worst parts of Austin videos and did create a big man. Austin, oh my goodness, my brother Austin. Oh my goodness, boy. Oh my goodness, man. Now all these dudes talking about I'm just like Austin. I'm like Austin in 06. Now I'm just playing. I'm like Austin in 24. Austin was doing this, so I'm gonna do it 10 times but worse. It's like, whoa. Austin wasn't doing this stuff, y'all. Austin wasn't doing this stuff. So, anyways, man, Austin done created all these little gremlins, and I don't even think Austin was really like, I don't even think he was really doing the worst stuff in these countries, right? Because from his track record, we can't see any proof of him doing like evil, to at least what he's accused of doing to these ladies. But then we got these dudes that go into these countries talking about, oh, you can tell they biting their content off of Austin too, talking about, oh, yeah, I'm just going to do it like this. And yeah, the way you can get women and the body counts and stuff. So there has to be rules. Unfortunately, before Austin left this space, I don't think he gave the rules of being a passport bro. So I want to give the rules of being a passport bro. And it's going to be very simple too. It's going to be very simple. And this is why I was happy earlier when we talked about Ibrahim Traore not letting Black people inside of Africa like that, if the rumors are true. This is why I was happy about it, because I don't think that you should be letting certain people inside your country, man. I'm an advocate for this. Some people come with just disgusting mentalities, and you just shouldn't let everybody in, with at least not without a certain mental evaluation. Um, but yeah, so back to it. When it comes to the passport bros, there needs to be a code of conduct, guys. Number one on the list for passport bro rules. If you are to be a passport bro, you have to go to designated passport bro countries. Designated passport bro countries. All right. Why is this? Because I'm tired of seeing you black brothers in Muslim countries, Islamic countries, talking about, oh, I'm just here to smash on the women. I'm just here to blow. I just can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait. Oh my God, I can't wait to feel an Ethiopian. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's like, bro, relax. You're embarrassing us. Because you got some real black brothers over here that's over here maybe for business, over here maybe for the culture, and yes, you can be involved with the women too and still not be a passport bro. That's possible. But it's like there needs to be a code of conduct. You need to go to designated passport bro countries. What does this mean? Countries where the government is okay with you doing all this disgusting stuff and having all these, three ways and all this and four ladies and one inside of one bed. Cool. Go to countries that are meant for that. Countries that are okay with stuff like that. All right. Y'all got to go to the right countries that like they love stuff like this. They're known for it. All right. Stop going to these Muslimic countries, bring your damn diseases to these good, in shape, feminine, healthy, mentally moral women. Stop bringing it to them. Stop bringing that over there, man. Talking about, oh, I'm a good man. I'm a good man. Oh, yeah, I don't even deal with like multiple women to be smashing on them all raw. I know dudes that have told me that they've smashed on women raw in damn near every country. Can y'all believe that? Talking about, I got to feel it in each country. It don't really count if you don't feel it in every country. And this is ladies that they paying for. Yuck, right? It's nasty. So that's the first rule. If you're going to be a passport bro, you got to go to passport designated countries. All right? Don't go to these morale countries and try to ruin their whole entire, what they got going. Be on the right side of history. Secondly, to call yourself, there's a difference from a passport bro and a mentally deranged maniac. Some of you dudes are mentally deranged maniacs and you guys have mental disorders and you guys need help. This is a fact. This is a fact. Some of y'all dudes, even if you are just going to the country to involve yourself with some of the ladies, some of the stuff y'all be into is disgusting. And I've had reports from ladies telling me some very disgusting things that's happened where they felt extremely uncomfortable. And oh yeah, I was with this American dude, and he said that it's best for to be with, like, for instance, right? One time we did a podcast. Let me give you guys an actual example. There was a podcast I was doing, and I was talking to some ladies from the Philippines. You guys know I put these ladies on camera, and a lot of this content is on my Patreon. But anyways, this woman told me that the guy said it wasn't just enough to be with her. He wanted to be with her and her offspring. Can y'all believe that? The dude wanted to be with her and her offspring. That means you have a mental disorder. So if you're going to be a passport bro and you're going to go to these countries and interact with the women and do what you want to do with them and have your stuff with them, that's cool. That's okay. That's fine. Especially if it's a passport bro welcoming company. Go ahead and do what you got to do, right? Of course, if it's legal. But don't go to these countries and be using these ladies talking about, oh, I just want to go, I just want to do what I want to do with you and your offspring. I'm gonna throw you this amount of money. It's that's crazy, guys. Some of y'all actually have issues. Then some of you guys are into some weird fetish stuff. It's weird stuff. Now, I'm not a kink shamer. I'm not a kink shamer. Do what I get it. You want to do what you're into, but some of this stuff needs to have boundaries. Okay, there needs to be boundaries. Talking about that you want a woman to get on her knees because you need her to. Now, we understand that, right? That makes sense, right? Oh, I want you on your knees and do this, blah, blah, blah. Cool. Because some people be into that. But there's another thing when you tell a woman, get on her knees and bark like a dog. Because you have a submissive fetish where it's like that's not even real submission. That's like some That's like some weirdo behavior, you know? Like you from America and you've been taken advantage of by many women. I hate that happened to you, brother. I really do. I hate it. I hate that American men, they keep getting taken advantage of. The women be playing them so bad. I hate it. I hate it. It's bad. I get it. She stood you up on that date 10 times in a row. I get it. It's evil stuff that's happening in America. You've never really had a woman be submissive to you. So subconsciously, of course, your body is going to crave that, right? So, but then you get to these countries talking about get on your knees and bark like a dog and then start walking around. Let me walk you on a leash. I've had women in these foreign countries tell me this is what they're experiencing with some of the dudes. It's a little bit off-putting. It's a little bit off-putting. They be thrown off. They be disgusted. They like, that's, and then they say, can I leave? And no, you need to do what I asked first. And it's kind of like, she can't leave and she feeling uncomfortable now. Y'all need to get mental evaluations before y'all go into some of these countries. If you just a passport, bro, that's looking to, okay, maybe you want to be with a few ladies and stuff like that, cool. Especially if it's a country that's not big on morals. It's not a country that's big on, people being home at a certain type of night. The party culture is rampant. Everybody goes to the club. Everybody's drinking. Everybody's, oh, take my wife for the day. Like, cool. Some countries have no morals, y'all. Some countries have no morals and they're open to you doing your disgusting fetishes. That's cool. But please stop bringing that to these countries where the women and the men don't operate like that, because they will beat your ass. They will beat your behind, boy. Stop doing that, y'all. Stop. This is how y'all be going missing, man. Y'all making yourselves look bad. Y'all making the whole entire clergy of brothers look bad, all right? So the first one we have, you need to go to passport type countries. Somebody said, I don't think passport bros affects the actual culture of the countries they go to. A lot of ex-African takes place, and I see no passport bro involved. No, you know what? You're right. No. See, that's extreme stuff. See, that's more for these guys. That I'm just gonna be honest. See, that we gotta call a spade, right? That's more for these guys, okay? See, brothers ain't doing all that stuff. That's more what we hear from their crowd, okay? But I'm just giving the weird stuff that be happening to the ladies though. So I'm replying to a comment right now I saw on screen. Okay. The ladies are complaining that it's some weird behaviors going on with the dudes and stuff. It's weird. They feel like they can't leave the house and they trusted the dude. It's kind of like, he has weird fantasies. It's bad, man. There's just a whole bunch of weird stuff going on. So, okay. First one, designated passport bro countries, right? Secondly, it's okay to be a passport bro, but you also need to make sure your mental health is okay first. Because I don't blame you if you have something wrong with your mental health. If you're into these weird fetishes and fantasies, I don't blame you for that. I blame you for not getting help. You see, the problem is America, as men, we've been so stripped from our masculine presence that eventually over time it can start making you want to do weird things unless you have your masculinity in check. See, me personally, I'm good. I constantly do masculinity audits on myself. I even ask for reviews from women that I've been with. I say, hey, do you think I handled this correctly? How do you think that I handled this? Would you have wanted your man to handle this any other way? No, this, you're perfect. Everything you do is right. And this is good. This is good. I like this. This was important to me. Thank you for doing this. This helped me feel comfortable. All this stuff. I do audits to make sure that my masculinity is in check. I never really had a bad review too. Most of the time I realize some of the chicks, they just not ready, because they're dealing with their own mental stuff. But regardless, when I say ready, I'm talking about ready just, mentally for something serious. They can't really focus that much. They brain is a little whack. But regardless, people be needing mental health. Mental help. That's what I'm gonna say for the first thing on Passport Bros. Let me see something real quick, y'all. Hold on, give me a second. Uh-oh. Did I disconnect? Oh, we got somebody. Okay. Shout out to, oh yeah. Look at Shinmir comes in with a great super chat, says, who spends more money in foreign countries, Passport Bros or Passport Sisters? What about who leads overseas tourism in America, black men or women? Okay, so let's chop this question in two, right? Or into three. First question is, who spends more money in foreign countries, Passport Bros or Passport Sisters? I'd say that Passport bros definitely spend the majority of the money. This is because passport bros are typically men, and they know that they have to spend the money in order to, get the women that they're looking for, right? A lot of times, passport bros, they're dealing with the baddest of the bad, right? You're trying to get the baddest of the bad chick, but she's gonna come with a steep price. So you're not just gonna get to like get with this type of chick for nothing. She's gonna want something out of this, and unfortunately, a lot of times that comes with money. Now, me personally, I've never paid for a woman, but I do know this happens. So that's who spends the most. Passport bros, they definitely spend the most. They're international tricks for a lot of them. Shout out to the ones that got real game. If you want to learn some real game, get a consultation with me on patreon.com/travel tribe bro. But anyways, um, what about who leads overseas tourism in America, black men or women? You know what? I'd say that black women lead in tourism. Um, but I think it's a growing trend for a lot of the men. But I think a lot of the dudes aren't hip that just that much yet to their alternatives. I think a lot of the women are taking way more trips than the men, though. Let's do some research real quick, shall we? Because before I speak on things, I like to get the information first. Even though I have a wide amount of things that I know myself, it's also important to ensure that I know the right thing I'm saying. Uh, okay, it looks like women, like I said, have an overwhelming majority of traveling and tourism over the men. It shows here that 64% of travelers worldwide are female, while only 36% are male. Majority of this is coming from the U.S., and it says also the average U.S. traveler is a 47-year-old, 47 around the age of 47, and 70% of them take cultural adventure, nature trips as well. So usually it's going to be the ladies. This is how it usually goes, and I knew I was right about this too, because we have to remember, like, women. A lot of these chicks, a lot of times we don't know this because women are very like sneaky and crafty. And shout out to them, there's actually a talent to be that sneaky, but um, they're like cats, man. They're very slick and sly, and a lot of times I feel like they're not just going because the culture and the travel stuff. I think a lot of times ladies are going because they know there's a lot of dudes in these countries too that they want to explore. You know, And a lot of times I've noticed American women are very smart with how they move, given that American women, America's such a huge country. These are a lot of these women, they'll go to a new city, a new state after they've ruined their reputation in one country. So it's not surprising to me that a lot of these ladies would travel to international countries to maybe cleanse their body count number or something like that and come off like more of a saint. Also, I think sometimes too, they just want to travel. I think there's also like a percentage of women and men that just want to travel, right? And that's what brings me to my third point, as it pertains to the passport bros, because we're giving the code of conduct for passport bros. Okay. Um, so first we have designated passport bro countries that are big on, you know, uh, just culture where it's more westernized. Okay, party, party, party. You know, one night things. Stuff like that is the countries that passport bros should really be leaning towards. You know, um, secondly, passport bros. There's a passport bro and there's somebody that needs mental help. A lot of passport bros are not passport bros. A lot of these dudes need mental health. They need to get their mental health checked, because the stuff they're doing is like their weird fetish fantasies that they weren't able to get inside of America. Like telling women, let me spit on you. I've heard all types of stories, guys. You guys have to remember, I've traveled for over 10 years and 5 years internationally to many different countries. And I've heard a lot of things. Like I've heard women even tell me like, wow, like For instance, you guys go to my Patreon right now. All my videos with the women are on Patreon, right? All my videos with the women are on Patreon. I've had women after hanging out with them, they tell me, they're like, wow, you know what? After hanging out with you, like, you changed my perspective on Americans. I say, why is that? They're like, because you weren't a creep. I'm like, what do you mean by that? They're like, no, I just thought like you invited us to your home, like to do the podcast. I thought maybe you were gonna like take advantage of us or something. I don't know. I just, these guys in America, they come here and then they leave real quick and they do this weird stuff. And I've had some really good reviews. I even have a video of women telling me how much I'm such a great guy and all this stuff. So that's really good to hear. And that's why I say masculinity checks are important, to make sure that you're not giving off weird energy. It's important to get audits. See, some people, they don't know that they're being creepy. Some government ran corporations don't know that they're not helping the people. So it's important to audit them. It's important for them to receive yearly audits. And thirdly, as it pertains to Passport Bros, there needs to be an end to a passport bro. There needs to be an end or a goal in mind, right? So if you're going to call yourself a passport bro, you need to have a goal in mind, or you need to have an end date. What do I mean by a goal in mind? That means by the time you're done doing all this stuff with these ladies, there has to be a goal. You can't just be out here smashing for your entire life, brother. You need to have something that you're working on. You're a man, aren't you? Your goal cannot just be women, women, women. You have to have a goal eventually. I understand 18, 19, 20-year-olds wanting to be passport bros. I understand 30 years olds. I get it. If anybody I understands, because I know how brothers are treated in America. I get it. It's horrible treatment. You don't get no respect. The government hates you. I get it. You're expendable. I get it. But eventually you have to do the self-work and say, you know what? Okay. I've done 5 years being a passport bro. I've been with all these different types of women around the world. Now I'm looking to be with a woman that accepts that, this is, I might not be able to be fully monogamous, but I can be that, at some point in time. Or I won't be that, and let the woman know that as well. Don't marry this woman and tell her that you're going to be with her and then cheat. Be a real man. Stand on principle, stand on what you actually say. So there needs to be a goal in mind. Like, what's the goal? And if you don't have a goal in mind, then there has to be an end, right? When does this all end? Does it end when you get drugged? Does it end when you have the wrong woman in your place and she starts breaking things? When does this end? Right? There needs to be an end goal to this. Whether that's marriage, whether that's shout out to Shamiri, says that the goal of a passport bro is to renew your passport and keep up your numbers or rotations, but maybe learn the language and cook some of the food and the culture you adopt. That was the funniest comment that we got so far today. I appreciate that comment. I can appreciate that. That was funny because this is exactly what I'm talking about. There's no goal there. Like, you just renew your passport and keep doing your rotations and numbers. That just sounds so. If your life is revolved around how many women you're going to get, that's not a life worth living. There's a lot of issues that come with the more women you have in your life. You see Austin, you see different people are having issues with these women in their life. That's because they have a huge quantity of women that they're getting. Even myself, you're going to run into issues with women because when you get so many women in your life, this is the way of the world. This is how it works. One of these women are going to be batshit crazy. One of the ladies are going to try to spike your drink. One of the ladies is going to try to set you up. But for all the other 50 ladies, 47 ladies that you've been with for that month, they're all going to be very nice women, right? But you will run into these problems and it gets stressful. See, a lot of you guys want this curse, right? A lot of you guys think to yourself, well, I would love it if I had those kind of problems with women, where like I pull so many women that I start having issues. You wouldn't like it because you'll be in jail. Then you'll be even more stressed. I thought the goal was peace for a man. after the battle, there's supposed to be some kind of peace. Whether that means when you come from America or Europe and you're going to these foreign countries, you need to find a way to finally gain peace. And I like what he says. At least he mentions cooking, maybe, or learning the culture. That's peaceful for some people. But another thing that's peaceful as well is coming home to a great woman that is able to provide you with the things that you need to prepare you to go back into battle. You know, it's nice being with different women and stuff. I can understand the appeal, but there needs to be an end goal, because you're going to catch something. And I hate to throw that out there. I hate to see, I know I'm the bad guy now. Oh, shoot, he's talking about the disease. Yeah, guys, it can get dirty. It can get dirty. You got to be careful. And let's get off of that. So, damn, I just lost half of the viewers after saying that. I know y'all don't like to talk about that shit. But anyways, that's what it comes down to, man. You got to be careful, and there has to be an end goal for the Passport Bros, all right? What you're doing as a man is not bad. Being a Passport Bro is not bad, especially when you're doing things legally. Going to countries legally, interacting with women legally, not being a creep. That's all great. Okay, that's all good stuff. But, you know, if that's your only goal in life, that's not healthy. That's not good. All right, y'all? All this will be on Patreon, all right? So stay raw, stay real. You already know the deal. This was a great stream. I appreciate everybody being here. And until next time, we gone. Holla.